Oh ho 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 ho! Ooh. Listen, I've lost the battle against my sleep schedule. Okay, I'm sorry, I failed you all.
Excellent.
Shut up.
Listen up, guys. Have you ever moved or traveled to another state, and right when you're about to pull up some porn, you get restricted? It's a goddamn crime. Unless you're those kids from Texas, NordVPN is here to...
Nice, streamable. Whoever made this, I really like that the volume is fucking non-existent. Good job.
I'm here in New York City, the concrete jungle, home of literary lions, Wall Street bears, and reptilian...
4-year-old video on Taylor Lorenz. Why would you link this? Destiny, what do I do? My corporate job is changing. Now my managers are putting more and more on my plate. Things that should be on a manager's plate is now on mine. Listen, the golden rule of employment is don't ever accept more responsibility without more pay. And when they try to give you more responsibility, drink yourself into an early grave. And then have your family sue them. Good luck.
because they have to have that dark humor because that they see is awful.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to survive without gallows humor.
You have to have it.
You have to have it.
It'd be weird not.
Wait, is that the cock operator guy?
It's fucking
Shit, okay.
mind blowing when people get offended by dark humor. Thankfully,
You can't joke about that. It's like, well, that's what
Have
the
you
people
experienced
who've
it?
seen it joke about.
exactly.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just gonna head off, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna get to you, and you're gonna be upset, and you're gonna do the sewer slides.
But legitimately, that's how you identify somebody who's never experienced
Oh my
jack fucking
God.
shit in their life,
Seriously?
is if they get offended over shit like that. Because they're getting offended for people who would think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
They have to have that dark humor.
At 4850 on YouTube, of Tectone's recent live stream, he spent about 5 minutes commenting on your recent Twitter posts. Actually, I don't care. Tectone's fucking retarded. Why would I even care? There's far more important stuff. Like, do I? Wait.
It's exhausting, man. Let's just let people help people. I mean, to make
Who's stopping anybody from helping anybody? I'm sorry, are my jokes? Fuck, hold on. I woke up so late today, so I'm grumpy as fuck already. Okay.
make a quote retweet on this post about this is what you're quote retweeting. Ransom supplies out to Kirk County with Brandon, met up with West Verdell. This is right around the corner from Kansas.
Like, why is it so funny when it's involving any group of people that aren't you? Like, I wish these people would extend for like 2 seconds. Like, it's unreal to me that they'll look at like, oh, look at these people getting deported. Oh, look at these people dying for wildfires. Oh, look at that. And then when it's their people, they're like, whoa, bro, those are children. Those are children, bro. Are you in Texas, bro? These are Texan children. These are Texan children. Like, if that's going to be your approach to things, then fine. But in that case, how can you not see how fucking insane you look not to extend that to any other group of people besides whatever you personally care about? Like, it's so unbelievably fucking short-sighted.
Can't miss it where 20 to 25 little girls went missing. Miles and miles of cars, trees, homes piled on top of one another. First responder told us a huge holiday.
Also, no offense, as a kid haver myself, fuck kids, all right? Listen, kids dying is tragic, sure, but it's not magically infinitely more tragic than like 20 or 30-year-olds dying. The fuck? What? Yeah, children dying is sad, okay? Some children are assholes, all right? They are. It's not like every single child is like this innocent beacon of pure bullshit, okay? Some kids are dicks. They grow up to be dicks. They don't just become them, okay? They were made that way at a very early stage in life. This idea that you're supposed to magically care more because of some fucking age, fuck you. This is fucking retarded. It's so stupid.
Weekend where hundreds of out-of-towners staying on the riverbank, which means they really can't give a solid count of people who are actually missing. This community is going to need support in the following days. Keep an eye on how to help. We'll try to figure out more tomorrow. Heading back in a couple hours. I don't know what inspired you to schizo out on this guy, but it's really not that big of a deal. Like,
True, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a joke. So you look at it, and if you don't think it's funny, then move the fuck on. It's so simple. It's so easy. It's so easy to just not obsess over things that you think are funny. Then just move the fuck on. That's it. Easy.
come on, man. Come on. This is an exhausting, non-necessary streamer drama, and it just feels tiresome.
Feels tiresome? You're so tired. How isn't Tectone supposed to be like a super edgy dude? It's just so tiresome when it's applied to you. Like, you understand that you sound like every single soy fuck, like non-binary LGBT person. Like, why do people have to make homophobic jokes all day? And why do people have to joke about blah, blah, blah? And you're like, dude, it's just a joke. Get over it. Dude, why do you care so much? But now when it's about kids that aren't even
You're not even related to these people. What? Like, I don't understand. What were they? Future potential victims for your dad? Or what do you? I don't understand what what is the connection here? They are so personally fucking offended. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid. Holy shit! Grow the fuck up, or maintain a consistent position and don't make those jokes ever. Just say we don't do edgy humor here, guys. Not we do edgy humor for every single fucking group of people, except for the ones that I personally get upset about. Like, Christ, you guys will fucking talk about God's judgment and everything, and these motherfuckers were killed at like a fucking Christian camp in Texas, all right? Listen, if God was going to command any kind of natural disaster to happen, seems like it would be right here, all right? Jesus.
It really does. It's just tiresome. Like, let's all do some collective growing up.
Oh my
Right,
God, from this guy? From this guy? Really? Yeah, this is the... Okay, you know what? I respect it. I respect it. Because it sounds like Tectone, okay, is turning over a new leaf. And no more edgy humor, no more...
Let's do some collective growing up.
No more racist, homophobic, whatever, xenophobic, no more. He's gonna...
And rather than just say, yeah, but dude, isn't this widowy hypocritical? Guys, isn't this guy literally being a hypocrite right now? Like, guys, hello? Are we all seeing this? Are we all seeing that this guy might be a little bit of a hypocrite right now? Like, guys, we might need to call the police on this guy. What are we doing? Genuinely, NordVPN even replied. What's this? NordVPN. Hello, everyone. This tweet falsely.
These fucking retards. What intern woke up to my tweet and they're like, oh, fuck.
Suggests a sponsorship with us. No such relationship exists. We are reviewing this misuse of our trademark. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban.
That was a good ass tweet. To be fair, that was a pretty good tweet. I think it was.
Jesus. It's like...
Did you edit it? No, they either soft blocked me or they untagged themselves.
The reason why I might not seem like my normal self, the reason why I might not seem like, oh, why isn't he going harder on this person?
Oh.
Because I genuinely feel if you are this fucked up to say this shit, it's just a waste of time.
Like, do you understand? You're like radiating estrogen and soy right now, right? You are every single person that you've criticized for being too soft and too weak to be on the internet and too much of a cupcake and a snowflake and a little baby that can't handle... I'm sorry, where was it? Hold on. What did we just watch 2 seconds ago?
They have to have that dark humor because that they see is awful.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to survive without gallows humor.
You have to have it.
You have to have it.
It'd be weird not. It's fucking mind blowing when people get offended by dark humor. Thankfully
You can't joke about that. It's like, well, that's what
Have
the
you
people
experienced
who've
it?
seen it joke about.
exactly.
Because otherwise, you're just gonna head off, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna get to you, and you're gonna be upset, and you're gonna do the sewer slides.
But legitimately, that's how you identify somebody who's never experienced jack fucking shit in their life, is if they get offended over shit like that. Because they're getting offended for people who would think it's hilarious.
Yeah. They have to have that dark humor.
It's just a waste of time, guys. Nothing's gonna change. Destiny is far too smart Destiny is far too smart, far too good of a debater to be held accountable for the shitty ass jokes he tells.
That doesn't seem to make sense, but...
And I just don't feel like bothering with it. I could sit here and I could bring up this, I could bring up that.
It's also funny because, like, I think he probably doesn't give a fuck about these kids, but because of like the whatever new fucking loser, fat fuck, redneck, white trash, red group, friend group that he's fallen into, he has to virtue signal about how much he cares. What did he tweet out yesterday? That he was going to grab some fucking episodes of Sesame Street and go and try to find kids or whatever? Didn't he tweet out that he was going to go out? Like, give me a break. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, it's such a virtue signal. I guess everybody just does this, huh? This is all the...
What's the point? There's no point. And yeah, saying jokes equals unhinged. Got it. You almost made me mad. You almost pissed me off. You did. You almost got me, man. Good one. But yeah, it's just a little bit exhausting how people say, you know what? I really need some content right now. Why don't I just talk about dead children? Why don't we all doing some growing up? shit ass joke Destiny, gay as fuck. Shit ass joke NMP, gay as fuck. I'm even gonna give NMP the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna give NMP the benefit of the doubt. I think NMP is fucked up mentally right now. I don't think he's okay. I think he's genuinely fucked up. And I think he told that joke because he jokes about everything. Horrible fucking joke. I don't think he did it maliciously. I don't think. I could be wrong. Right? I could totally be wrong. But yeah, genuinely, I don't know, man. I think NMP is just, he's in his kind of fucking crash out arc right now. Yeah. That's just me. This whole thing is exhausting. Nobody's going to be happy with any way this can be addressed. But
Like, there's nothing to address. If there's a joke you don't like on the internet, turn off the computer, dude. Push the X button in the top right of your browser. You can even block me. No one is forcing you to see this. You're not being waterboarded in a room, being forced to stare at jokes that you don't like about me or from me.
my thing is, I mean, this is coming from the guy who plays anime gacha games. Can we all just grow up a little bit? And let's not go after the only people who are actually doing the most help in this space. And let's
No, that's the problem, you stupid motherfucker. Unless I missed a fucking new class that just dropped, and you've got real life priests and paladins that can bring people back from the dead, this motherfucker is not really helping that much. The kids are dead. They're never coming back. They're gone. Okay? They're little baby lungs filled with water, and they're fucking dead. The problem with looking at this stuff, like I'm gonna go out with thoughts and prayers and maybe a couple days of fucking service, is that you have to solve these problems ahead of time. You have to prepare for shit. You can't sit here and constantly destroy like every single part of any part of our system that functions, and then when some motherfuckers die, be like, oh, it's okay, I'm gonna go out and fucking do something and fix it. Fuck you! Kill you in a video game. Or don't video game. Like, it's so stupid. If you actually give a fuck about the issues, then you should do something about the issues. Not go out afterwards and meaninglessly fucking volunteer because he's not saving any fucking lives and he's not bringing anybody back from the fucking dead. It's too late at this point. Jesus.
let's all just shut the fuck up a little bit. That's pretty much it. How about we just shut the fuck up a little bit? Yeah. It's embarrassing. It is. It's embarrassing. And the only reason why I'm even remotely talking about this is
because I have friends that are on this side of the political aisle, and I have to show my loyalty and to signal how much I belong to this social group. You know, the same thing that I used to shit on other people for doing all the time, but I have to do this now because I have to let them know that we all are of the same, you know, social group and everything, and I don't want them to think that I'm not standing by.
For all the drama frogs who want to farm this, who want me to crash out on Destiny, who want me to crash out on NMP, can you guys just donate on Venmo instead to the people who fucking need help right now? This is probably one of the most depressing situations I've ever been in, and it makes me hate this space a little bit more than I already fucking do. So if you can, just scan this Venmo code and donate some money.
Holy shit, I just had a fucking brain blast. I get it now. Hold on. I just had an understanding. When you say things like maybe tax credits for everybody isn't the best thing. Maybe we should actually, you know, like fully fund our federal programs. You'll always get some like 85 IQ person whose uncle's dick was so far down their throat for 10 minutes when they were growing up that they have like permanent mental dysfunction now. You always get somebody like this, like TikTok, will come into the comments and they'll be like, if you think that taxes should be higher, well then why don't you just pay more taxes then, right? And then the obvious response is, well, if there's a 1,000-pound rock and I want all of us to go and move it, and you say, well, why don't I go move it? I can't move it on my own. I can't even make it budge on my own. Me paying taxes on my own is not going to fucking do anything. The point is for everybody to pay them, to fund your programs, to do what you need them to do. But I think they think that is the right thing, right? Like, is there anything that we could do to alleviate disaster-related stuff in the United States? No, but after one happens, you sure can go drive your F-150 down to the site and work hard on your own to help people. Like, I think they actually think that just pay more tax on your own is like a good idea. Maybe they actually think that. Are you saying that as if this could have been circumvented? This is the first time I've heard about this flood stuff. There's 2 or 3 big things going on. One, regardless of whether or not and I feel like it is to be determined, or I don't know, we can never know the answer, regardless of whether it was directly at fault or not. The fact that these guys are literally have cut 10% of the staff from the National Weather Service and are constantly fighting to defund these things, and then a natural disaster happens and it's like, oh shit, like could anything have been done to, give us more information? I don't know. We'll never know the answer to that. Now you have some knuckle draggers who are like, well, they were staffed appropriately at the time, but the forecasting and the staffers and everybody that are in charge of doing these long-term things, who knows how much that was impacted. But you're literally affecting the exact same fucking service, right? You're literally affecting the exact same fucking service. It would be like going outside, like when you say things like, well, do we know if that's what affected it this time? That's the equivalent of a bunch of police officers going outside with bulletproof vests, and then you find out, okay, well, fuck, we're gonna have to go ahead and cut all of their vests in half. We're gonna remove the back sides of all the vests because we don't have money, we don't have the funding to cover every single officer wearing a full vest. And then they go out and they get shot to death, and you're like, well, hold on, check the bodies. Like, oh, well, they got shot in the back anyway, or they got shot in the front anyway, and it went through. So it doesn't matter this time, or it's not important this time. And it's like, well, they're still getting shot at. You need the bulletproof vests. Like, that's what you're paying the money for, right? We fund things like the National Weather Service. We fund things like our emergency service. The second thing is look at like FEMA and how much politicization goes on with the FEMA funds, where when there's a natural disaster, Democrat president just makes funds available. That's what they do. Biden did it without question for, I don't remember which fucking hurricane it was, but whatever one tore up through here and South and North Carolina and up through and Georgia, right, and Florida. Biden did it without question. When there's a natural disaster and Trump has to deal with things, it's time for the FEMA debates. Well, do you deserve FEMA money? Did you shut off the water? Did you turn on the water? Did you blah blah blah? Like, no. Conservatives play games with emergency funds, with funding these government entities, everything. Like, no, fuck it. If people start to die, that's fine and that's based and that's awesome. And you should just celebrate that and just be happy for that and just accept the trade-off. There's going to be some 12-year-old kids will die, but at the very least, I got to save $5,000 on my fucking taxes or whatever, however much money you're saving because you're getting to cut all these horrible, terrible communist programs. Accept the trade-off. Just say that it's based. Much the same way, by the way, that we say that it's based when we get to go out and shoot our guns, which I love very much. And every now and then you might have 20, 30 kids blown away at some fucking school. But our test scores suck anyway, so is it really that big of a loss? Just celebrate it. Say it's based. That's your trade-off, and accept it. But don't sit here and virtue signal and hand wring when you're not going to make a single fucking change. Nothing is worse to me. And everybody knows this intuitively. The worst people in your lives are the ones that message you, bro. And it's like, what's up? Bro. And it's like, what's going on, dude? And it's like, Caroline. And it's like, oh, you're about to complain about the same bitch that you've been crying about for literally 2 fucking years. Like, I'm good, chief. Actually, you know what? I made a ChatGPT script and you can just go back and forth because it's the same fucking complaints every fucking time. I don't know why you still talk to this girl. Or for a girl or a guy, I don't know why you still talking to this guy. What the fuck is wrong with you? The same complaints every single time. If you're not going to make any behavior change, you're not going to do anything different, then fuck off. Who cares? Same thing on the, and then like the climate change not being real either. Where are all of these heightened weather events coming from? But I don't even care about that. The thing that just annoys me is the selective fucking care. That's all I care about. Yeah, somebody linked this. This is what being obsessed with politics does to you. 11,000 likes. Oh, it's so fucking horrible. Meanwhile, LA wildfires. I've been told the image is AI, but the t-shirt is real. Oh, base. January 9th. Was that the same day or did they start on the 7th? Big. So epic. Fucking epic, dude. Oh my God. So epic. So epic. Crisis King is so is Donald Trump. True. Bop, bop. The 9mm SMG guy? Yeah, that guy's got a ton of tweets, but I haven't even... It's just like so much.
People don't give that much of a fuck. And that's why a lot of people don't give that much of a fuck. And that's why I think the internet is so fucking gay for trying to bait Donut into drama off of nothing. It was embarrassing, and I'll be real. Okay, yes, did Donut call?
I agree with you in principle about selective outrage. It seems like an extension of people's tendency to care more about their in-group than others. Do you think humans can outgrow that? I don't know, but if they're not going to, then I'm not going to. And I'm just going to sit here and laugh. So fuck them.
NMP gay?
It's called reciprocity,
Yes. Are we going to act like everybody in OTK don't be saying that shit regardless off stream? But my God.
To hit the right checkboxes, then why would he do that? Where did Trump and Greg Abbott, that is the governor of Texas, where did they mess up? Where did they fail to make a response? They're doing everything they can to respond. They were overstaffed. If anything, they had extra staff. All the warnings were sent out on time, as I showed.
All right, Linkit, where's the Iranian donation fund? I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I need these Israelis to get the fuck out of my media space. Get them out of here, okay? Get them the fuck out of here.
You in the beginning, what are you talking about? You seem like you had so much more to say about the California wildfires while blaming Gavin Newsom and DEI. Yes, because they literally contributed to this problem. They literally contributed to this issue. Yes, blaming DEI is, yes, they're hiring firefighters based on them being gay, lesbian, transsexual Latinos over anyone else because they would prefer to get people to hit the right checkboxes than actually.
Are there all these people applying for firefighter positions in California? Like, sorry, we're maxed out on firefighters right now. we hit our quota.
Get people that are capable. Okay, they replaced capable people with tokenized people. That is literally what they did. So it is absolutely something that you could blame them for. All right, to be clear, that's first. Second of all, they didn't have working fire hydrants. They literally derouted the water. They routed the.
Oh, and he believes all of the Trump dick sucks up. To be fair, you have to. If you're an Israeli, it's like. They don't always, I don't know why, if it's the fucking height of the fucking cameras or whatever, but you always see videos and pictures of Israelis who are at the fucking Wailing Wall or whatever outside the mosque. Bullshit. And every time they're there, they'll show you the first part where they lean their head against it and then they fucking weep for Jerusalem or some fucking rape reason or whatever. Afterwards, they get down on their knees and they actually have real life replica Trump cocks that like span the entire fucking wall. And as soon as you've done your bar mitzvah or bar mitzvah, every single time you go to that wall, you have to get on your knees and then fucking slurp and fillet as much as you can.
The water away from California to protect the smelt fish, a species of fish that they tried to save. So they routed water away from California, so they did not have water to deal with the wildfires. They didn't have working fire hydrants in California. They had more genders than fire hydrants. Now, this is obviously retarded. This is like obviously retarded. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't know how you could possibly.
I love how he goes from hand wringing over my shit to consuming fucking conservative slop fucking rumors, actual misinformation, conspiratorial bullshit. I love it. It's all good. That's fine. That's good. I like it.
Compare these two. Would be really pathetic if you were just weaponizing drowned dead children for social media likes. He spent all day, every day for the last 3 days looking for bodies and volunteering. And you're called.
And he didn't even find any? Sounds like a waste of money to me, dog. Maybe he should have just stayed home to stream. He could have donated the money to people who actually know what the fuck they're doing.
Him weaponizing drowned dead children for.
What's he doing? Walking around with a fucking 50 caliber, shooting the soil to see what explodes? Like, what the fuck? I didn't know this guy was a fucking emergency services expert body finder. Apparently he needs to go back to school for it.
What you are doing right now. You are weaponizing dead children for social media likes. It is unreal. So, and then he shows a tweet from Donut Operator.
I think I pretty much said the exact thing. I'm pretty sure we already covered this. It's nice having Nux having the additional context there for a pre-existing issue that, to be honest, I wasn't aware of. Yeah.
Mike Sacco is not Israeli? He absolutely is. I don't know why you would not say that, but wow, John, thanks for the $20.
Yeah, the two situations are not comparable in any way, shape, or form.
They're never comparable, ever. They're never, ever comparable. They're never comparable. They never are, because it's always okay to make fun of liberals and the left dying, but it's never okay to make fun of anything that has to do with conservatives, conservatives.
And you can do that, but it's in bad faith. Yeah, I think it's very, very, very embarrassing. Right? Yeah, I feel like if you're going after Donut, you're just being...
Isn't he married with Israeli family? I don't know. I met him at dinner with him in Israel. I assumed he lived there. Does he not? Maybe he's just a Jew that lives in Israel and he doesn't have citizenship?
Parted for fun. And that's pretty much just it. right?
I'm pretty sure if you're a Jew and you like fall asleep in Israel for more than 1 week, they sneak into your room and they swap out your passport for an Israeli one. So
It's just exhausting, guys. It's exhausting. Seeing the chaos and the brigading in my own chat, guys. What do you want me to do? Like, I'm sorry that your streamer's a piece of shit. I don't really know what you want me to do about it. But, like, let's not get to the point where we're willing to lie to make a streamer look good or not.
what?
Not crazy, right? It's really that easy. Yeah. Anyways, I don't really feel like talking about this anymore because it's just kind of really embarrassing.
I don't feel like talking about this anymore after I've milked her for 30 minutes of content. Oh, yeah, Daddy, milk me.
And it really does feel like a... Guys, did you know that killing people is bad? Guys, did you know that giving alcohol to an alcoholic is bad? Guys, did you know that giving drugs to children is bad? Like, I don't know why I'm having to be live and telling people common sense.
He's such a bitch.
I appreciate you nuts. Thanks for the video. Thanks for the extra context. We love you to do.
Somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person
Oh
a little
my
bit more
God.
ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
We're defending this?
You want to see,
There ain't no way she said.
you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place.
Nobody gives a fuck if the firefighter coming to save their life is black, trans, gay, queer, two-soul, Mexican, Latino, white, German, a Nazi. They don't care if they're racist. They don't care if they're transphobic. They don't even care if they're a fucking murderer. You know what they care about? Not fucking dying. So let's hire people based off of who's the best for the job rather than, well, guys, we hired 3 trans people today, so look at how progressive we look.
Like, I think people think this actually happens. The hiring person is like, oh, like, do we have enough trans people today on the truck? I think he thinks this is legitimately how the process goes.
Let them both use Hallie now.
It's
Guys,
these children are literally missing and dead. Why does this chick sound like she's got DMs on Nick? And that this reads to me like this is a direct shot at Nick. Am I crazy? Am I the only person reading this? There's Tectone, possible spot. I just don't get it, bro. I banned. Why did Aiden Ross get banned? All right, so he got banned in 2021 for a homophobic slur used by a guest on his stream. Though the ban was lifted after he argued he didn't say it and wasn't present. He was later banned indefinitely for hateful slurs and symbols, but was later returned. His most severe ban and his 8th came in February for hateful content after displaying unmoderated kick chat on stream.
I really want to read this. Doesn't the lady in the video say she's a commander? She doesn't go into fire, she coordinates, no? Oh, no. Akiva Nugent in YouTube chat. Sorry, you probably just don't have much experience with firefighting. So the way that the firefighting stuff typically works is usually what'll happen is you call 911 and then you tell people how many adult men are in the house. And then what happens is they'll send out as many firefighters as they need to carry adult men out of the houses. That's exclusively in the purview of being a firefighter. It's the only thing that they do. When firefighters show up, generally they show up, they'll put on their weightlifting belts, and then they just run into homes, they pick up men, and then they carry them out. And from top to bottom, every single firefighter job, that's literally the only thing that all of them do all the time, constantly. We have floods all the time in small town politics. I also want to point out that a man named John Corden is referenced by Rob Kelly in connection with ARPA funds. The only lawyer named John Cornyn I've been able to identify in the state of Texas is the current senior U.S. Senator. That does sound like could be a commonish name. I don't know about that last name. Additionally, just last year, on July 25th, 2024, Rob Kelly requested that Governor Abbott declare a state of emergency for Kerr County due to severe storms and flooding. July 25th, 2024. Dear Governor Abbott, Kerr County Texas is facing significant threats to life, health, and property due to severe storms and flooding. The impact of this threat has damaged local roads and sewer systems, as well as flooded several homes, schools, and structures. I've determined this incident is of such severity and magnitude that an effective response is beyond the capability. This was last year. Okay. At a digital context town, Wimberley flood in 2015 killed several people. Wimberley is approximately 80 miles east of Kerrville. Commissioner Baldwin, what is this? Why would I link this? Do I care about this? You know, we had a baby flood a couple weeks ago, a month or so ago, whatever it was, and I keep hearing these reports of the old system, and I know we're not going to deal with that though. Expect that to be gone. Where the Jones call the Smiths, and the Smiths call Camp Rio Vista. Blah 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 blah. 2016, Kerr County contracted for an engineering study on their current warning system and were told it was antiquated and inadequate. We had our steering committee meeting. We invited also TXDOT, Texas, and the Department of Transportation, maybe? Or both, do you? I don't know. Cost of that whole thing is going to be like $976,000. That's a lot of money, all of it. And the reason we're here today moving so quickly is that there is a FEMA grant that's available to us as long as we apply by January the 20th, which is when Obama goes out of office. Laughter. Well, the reason I mention that is because he authorized this particular thing, and it's a coincidence. Going on the record with that, it's a coincidence. And so there has to be a presidential declaration of a disaster to be able to have these kinds of funds available. So it goes away, just so happens to be when he leaves office. So we've talked about, one of the things we said, sirens, and we said we don't want sirens. Too many people said they did not want sirens when they had these gatherings. Code Red, and I don't know if Dub wants to chime in on this, but Code Red is the same. That's going to get information to a lot of people, not to everybody. Okay, one of the things they will do is identify a point of contact in all the camps. We won't communicate with everybody in the camp, and we just have a point of contact at the camp so they can disseminate people within. The only thing I have to remind people, unfortunately... Wait, so did they build these sirens or not? After failing to secure a grant that continued to kick down the road, 2020 rolls around and they have over $5 million in ARPA funds in their bank and wind up with a grant total of over $10 million. 10, 25, 21. Well, I think that's good. I just think, I'd like to get an idea of what the sheriff's radar systems are going to cost. I mean, I just don't want to go out and get public input on something and then us just not be able to follow up because we have a priority that's different. We have additional information. Well, but let me just explain. What all of these are intention to do is initiate the education system. We need to get the court educated. We need to get the public educated. Everybody knows that we have over $5 million sitting in our bank account. The federal government sent us for these ARPA funds, and they're not really grants, they're funds. And as the judge said, there's a huge category. There's a bunch of things that you can spend the money or secure the money to spend. And when we use the term grant is not really what that is. It's just funding that's been made available through the American Rescue Plan Act. It doesn't require a match. It doesn't require, that kind of structure, but it does have strings attached. It's not free money. And that's my concern, Judge. My concern is, from my understanding, I won't say LCRA because I know what their number is. The number from the Sheriff's Department, the number from Internal Communications, we're already over $5 million, so I don't want to go out to the public requesting. We have no money to do it. Well, at least we make the determination. That's probably the thing we discussed. We need to get those numbers. I mean, my opinion is law enforcement, internal communications are number 1 and 2. Okay, so they talk about all this. What is this? And they still don't update their flood warning system. The people also didn't want to spend any of the ARPA money because it was tied to the Biden administration. Even the judge suggests just holding on to the money so that it can't be sent to states that don't share their same values. And now we have tens of people who've died. Wait, what? 11/08/21. Resident, are you accountable to anyone for how you spend it, or is it kind of a reward and shows your support for this particular program? It's not free money. Being present as we talk. How do we know this? Immediately, unless you want it on the COVID lies and vaccination pressure, you have to send it back. Those are heavy strings, and those are strings the deep state harangue and vilified. Harangue? How do you say this? Hold on.
Harangue.
Harangue, sorry. The deep state harangue and vilified President Trump for calling COVID for what it was and then suggest responses that were non-draconian. And then when Biden took office, the leftist government took its gloves off. It has lied and lied more about COVID. The temptation is great. You're accountable. And we would like to know where your allegiance is. Resident 2. And I'm here to ask this court today to send this money back to the Biden administration, which I consider to be the most criminal, treasonous, communist government ever to hold the White House. And Kerr County should not be accepting anything from these people. They're currently facilitating an invasion of our border, and we're going to support these people. So that's what I have to say. Thank you. Resident, I happen to know that there's no such thing as free money. It's never government funded. It's taxpayer funded. So they're taking our money and they're putting strings attached to it, and then they're giving it back to us, and they're going to get their foot in the door in this county. We don't want their money. I feel like the people have spoken, and I stand with the people. Thank you for your time. Commissioner Bellew, we have the money in the bank, $5.1 million that was sent to Kerr County. Judge Kelly, we didn't ask for it. They sent it. Commissioner Bellew, they sent it. Miss Duell, exactly. Commissioner Bellew? I don't know how to pronounce this fucking name. Money's in the bank right now. It hasn't been spent. In the event that you don't spend it, you send it back. That's part of the Treasury's rules on it. If you do spend it, whatever percentage, there would be no expense to the taxpayers in Kerr County. It would all come out of that account no matter what you do with it. Judge Kelly. And Grant Works has been very helpful in getting us focused on what colors between the lines and what doesn't. As of last Thursday, when I got a call from Bonnie White telling me about this, the problem that y'all were going to present at the meeting, I went and got on the telephone to the senior vice president from Grant Works, and there are discussions that they want to have with us, and so we want to sit down and listen to them, and we want you to hear them too because you're the public. As far as where that money sits for the next year or two, my old law partner, John Cornyn, tells me that if we send it back, it's going to New Jersey, or it's going to New York, or it's going to, or California. And so I don't know if I'd rather be the custodian of the money until we decide what we have to do with it, rather than give it back to the government to spend it on values that we in Kerr County don't agree with. So, and any spending of it would have to be done in commissioner's court so you'll be able to see it. Wait, what? Is this real life? They eventually signed a $7.5 million contract with Motorola in 2022 for a county emergency communications system. The system would provide 95% radio coverage to firefighters, EMS, and law enforcement. But hey, at least the USGR has had developing a flood warning system on their strategic plan doc since 2022, which they kept rolling to the next plan year. Holy fuck, this is long. They deserve it. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I think this is fine. I think that, like, take the money back or don't send it to people like this, and then let the waters of God, figure shit out. It wasn't this the whole story of the Old Testament. This is unhinged. It's not free money. Being present as we talk. How do we know this? This is just an ordinary citizen, by the way. Unless you want it on the COVID lies and vaccination pressure, you have to send it back. Those are heavy strings, and those are strings. The deep state harangued and vilified President Trump for calling COVID for what it was, and then suggest responses that were non-draconian. And then when Biden took office, the leftist government took its gloves off. It has lied and lied more about this COVID, about COVID. Why would we trust a vaccine from a government who secretly funded the very resource that developed this lethal virus? Several hundreds of thousands Fauci spent to the Wuhan place for vaccine development, and the pressure to get the vaccination is incredible as the cases go down. Now we're seeing our friends having swelled hearts and various thrombosis sites or side effects of the stroke. And even if you had COVID recently, we don't care, okay? The temptation is great. You're accountable, and we would like to know where your allegiance is. Thank you very much. Excuse me, what's your name? From the court reporter, Suzanne Daniger? Would you like to address the public on something not on the agenda? From Judge Kelly and Mr. Wade. The same thing she just addressed, to send the money back to D.C. Is that on the agenda today? Judge Kelly says, no, sir. State your name and your address. My name is Frank Wade, and I'm here to ask this court today to send this money back to the Biden administration, which I consider to be the most criminal, treasonous, communist government ever to hold the White House. And Kerr County should not be accepting anything from these people. They're currently facilitating an invasion on our border, and we're going to support these people. So that's what I have to say. Thank you. Any other public input? Mr. King, applause. Please, no applause. We're here to listen. You may proceed, Mr. King. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Wait, these people are actually mind raped. Wait. Mr. King, thank you. Yeah, I'm here to talk about the money too. And I read on Thursday, I believe it was of last week, we had the commissioner meeting out at the AG barn, and I read, can you hand me that please? I'm going to read this again for everybody, if y'all would bear with me. This is section 35.9 of the Treasury Department of the United States. This is compliance with applicable laws, and everyone needs to hear that. Compliance with applicable laws for this money that we, or y'all, signed a contract for. A recipient must comply with all other applicable, federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders. And a recipient shall provide for compliance within the American Rescue Plan Act, this subpart, and any interpretive guidance by other parties in any agreement it enters into with other parties relating to these funds. Now, this goes on, and it says that they have the power that if anybody screws this up, excuse my language, and messes up the, the unidentified voice, the conformance, Mr. King, the distribution of this money, the distribution of these monies, you make a mistake, okay, then what are they going to do if we make a mistake and we're in non-compliance? Well, if they're going by executive orders and any laws that they want to make up, they can come in and take our homes. Is that correct? They can do whatever they want. They can make you take a vaccine. They can make you do this, do that. This says anything, basically, in non-compliance. And I want to ask you, Judge, and I'd like a response if you don't mind. No, sir, this is the input part of the meeting. Public input only. We're not allowed to respond. Okay. Then I'm going to make a statement. On Thursday of last week at the commissioner's meeting, you made a statement that everything was a rumor on this compliance law 35.9. And you made a statement that you called, I believe, Mayor Bonnie White. No, maybe I got the name wrong. I don't know. But anyway, my point is, this is in black and white. These are the laws from the federal government that apply to this contract that you have signed. So you're putting all of us under a federal mandate until 2026 when this could not be paid back. And it's at some point I want to put on the agenda that we talk about this too, because Mr. King, your time is up. Okay. Someone else. What do you think? Okay. The Treasurer, IG, and the GAO, Government Accountability Office, can access records electronically or otherwise in order to conduct audits or other investigations, I'm assuming is what they actually said here. I don't know if that is what the county and the state does, allow the federal government access to investigate you by electronically accessing your records. I don't know, but it's in this contract that you signed. I have to scratch some things. Okay, we were told that this won't be investigated in any way by any Biden executive order. That's true. Or that maybe they meant investigator. It was invested. Because the contract is with the Treasury Department, and Yellen, the secretary, has reserved rights to add additional regulations when necessary. You'll find that in here. I think that's important because I wouldn't sign a contract that somebody could add to. And I'm not going to, when I talk, I'm not going to refer to any of the 35.9 or any IRS regulations, though I did go check them, like, because that would just bore everybody. It bored me. I'm not a contract lawyer, but in a contract, there's an exchange of values between two people. So the federal government is giving us money, and what are we giving them? I think this is important. No direct or indirect decrease in taxes. We all hope and pray for tax relief. And Bandera County just lowered their tax rate. We're hoping the same thing to happen to us, but it won't under this. And who determines what's indirect? My name is Marcia King. I live here in Kerrville, and I'm going to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act. This law gave so much money available. I'm sorry, Jesus. This law made so much money available to so many local governments, like across the entire United States. Were there actually people who fought against accepting it because they thought it was some secret fucking Biden backdoor to destroy their communities? Holy shit. I live here in Kerrville, and I'm going to talk about the American Rescue Plan. I want to read. When the states and counties and cities accept the monies from the American Rescue Plan, it comes with serious strings attached. Whomever takes this money, they're contractually obliged to adhere to mandatory vaccinations of all their employees and also all subcontractors and their employees. Since these states and counties and cities have signed the contract with the devil, it supersedes an unconstitutional mandate. It is a contractual agreement. If the recipient doesn't follow these mandates, they must give the money back, and there also may be some penalties. Okay, the money can also be used to buy out small businesses, which then become part of the state-owned takeover of our economy, communist style. And as they kill all the mom-and-pop businesses and supply chain businesses, they can then mandate anything they want because of the contractual terms of the funds taken. This replaces the free market with the federal stimulus money. The federal contractual takeover of the private sector of all across America is then combined with the mass vaccination mandates in all sectors of society. The enormity of this evil is beyond belief, and it is only exceeded by our public officials, all too eager to take any money, no matter what the consequence is. It is clearly imperative that we tell our county commissioners to get this dark money back and not tie ourselves to endless rounds of forced testing, contact tracing, quarantine, and forced vaccinations. This is clearly unconstitutional, but uses this overlay of the fact of contract law. I wonder there must have been somebody, some local conservative evil dipshit, or maybe Joe Rogan did this, like contract law being used to buy and steal people's businesses and homes or whatever. What is the date of this meeting? This is in 2021, I think, assuming that's what the URL is saying. Or well, no, we know it'll be right after that because it's about the American Rescue Plan funds. Our local government and these, if you push back on it in the strongest way, I ask you to send the money back, refund it. We don't need it here. Thank you. My name is Tamara Carson. I'm very concerned about the direction that this could take us as a county. And I'm just asking you, please use your wisdom and your knowledge and understanding of the laws and please apply it to this. I'm begging you. We're landowners here. I was born and raised in Texas. I went to high school in Ingram, and I'm currently running a ranch right now, and all of this will fall down on all of us. Tax is a heavy thing, and I know that there's strings attached to this, and I know y'all know that too, and I'm just begging you, please don't accept this. I understand you've already went through the process, but please, just take a second look, please. That's all I want to say. Thank you. My name is Nikki King. Bro! How many fucking sisters did this dad fuck that he's got? Why are there 500 people with the last name King here? The fuck? My name is Nikki King, and I live here in Kerrville. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran. And we moved here from Virginia because Kerrville was so pro-veteran. Wait, Kerrville is the location where this camp, it was the place where it flooded, right? Not reading some totally fucking irrelevant. Yeah, okay. Would you do a mini elections here for midterms, or would you only necessarily have for big elections? I don't know, maybe we would. And I ask that you consider the fact that if this goes through and you hand out so-called free money, which my mama always told me, nothing is free, that you will be then, according to the government, you will then be asking our local law enforcement to enforce those mandates. And that I know at least Sheriff Letha ran as a constitutional sheriff. So I ask that you reconsider accepting this money, like all the previous speakers have said, and send it back and let Kerrville take care of Kerrville. There are numerous other counties that have rejected it, and I honestly don't understand why Kerrville cannot do the same. Thank you. Oh my God. Good morning, my name is Suzanne Harston. I am recently, in the last 13 years, come to the great state of Texas. I left the People's Republic of California back in 2005. I do not want to see this great state or this great county that I live in move in that direction. So I'm begging you, like the other speakers, please do not take this money. Are you from there? Wait, who's this? The one who first says, the Kings are pretty well known in town for having a stick up their asses. They were the worst customers' destiny. I'm Joe Reeksack. I believe this is a recording of what you're reading. Oh, holy shit. 622 views. Hearing these people talk, I think would just be infinitely more entertaining. Wait, we won't listen to all of this, but.
I think the temptation would be too great for politicians and for this county because it's just too easy. And I don't believe we should take the money. We should not have it. I don't trust our federal government. I don't think that they're truthful with us. And in these days and these times or whatever, we can't afford to make a mistake with this. And so do not take the money. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess and come back.
Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, is this the same hearing? Wait, this is not the same hearing. How many of these fucking hearings do they have? With people crying about Biden taking over their homes. No, because this was November 8th, and this was November 22nd. What, do they have like fucking weeks of these hearings of people crying about?
Reach is likely to catastrophically affect the residents in a county where these funds are accepted. From immigrants, what we teach our children in school. This might include mandates around gun control, property rights, energy usage, environmental restrictions, i.e. the Green New Deal, housing of illegal immigrants, what we teach our children in schools, and I could go on. Just take a hard look at the current administration offering this plan. These are just a few of the arenas where federal...
Were there any actual strings attached to the money? I mean, there were. This is part of the reason why there was such that huge surge. If you look at the graphs of like people that identify as trans now, because I think for all of the counties where they accepted this, they did force people to take, at the very least, it was the trans shots, the ones that made you want to be a guy or girl opposite of your born gender. But I mean, other than that, I don't think there was too much of a big deal about this.
Overreach is likely to catastrophically affect the residents in a county.
What exact language are they even looking at the funding stipulations? I can literally see the entire fucking framework, the entire history and future. I know exactly what happened. And by no, I mean, I'm going to guess. There's probably language in the federal grant. My guess is that in every single federal grant, there is this exact same language that says something along the lines of any funds that you take, you have to comply with whatever federal blah, 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 blah. It's probably a super standard thing in every federal thing because you're accepting money from the government, and there's probably something like you can't use the money to fund like the KKK or something. There was probably some local radio host or Facebook guy or fucking Tim Pool or whatever probably read it, and they were like, it says here that you have to comply with all federal regulations when you accept the grant money. So does that mean that if Biden were to pass a regulation saying that he could fuck your wife, now all of a sudden, if you've accepted that grant money retroactively, he can go and fuck your wife and you just have to sit there and stare? Like that sounds like, it sounds like that's the argument that these people are running. I was going to say I'm not aware of, but no, it didn't happen because I know it didn't happen because if it did, conservatives would be talking about it nonstop. There were no counties where they like accepted grant money and then Biden came in and they stole their fucking homes. Although I will say, now that I remember, this exact same stupid fucking conspiracy came up a year or two ago when FEMA was trying to disperse funds in Georgia. Was it Georgia? Where there were these fucking special ops retards that were running around, trying to defend their neighborhoods from FEMA coming in, because if FEMA were to lend you or give you $300 for your house, if you didn't pay it back, they would steal your home or something. Oh, was it North Carolina? So, I mean, like, it's the same. Fuck these people, dude. I have no sympathy. Fuck them. Whatever, dude. Sorry. I'm having a schizo moment. This can't possibly be... This can't be real. What the fuck? I get too triggered on fucking stupid shit like this. I don't care. Let's go. We're going full send. I don't give a fuck. Give me the Twitter hate. I'm ready, bro. I got 5 fully loaded mags, okay? I'm just kidding. I love you, FBI.
funds are accepted. At the end of this contract, audits will be done, and if non-compliance to its draconian terms are found, the funds must be returned, likely with interest. Debt is all.
What? Like, what are these rumors? Wait, what does that even mean?
The funds must be, and if non-compliance to its draconian terms are found, the funds must be returned.
Draconian? I thought they were ultra progressive terms. Is it draconian to make all the kids trans?
Likely with interest. Debt has always been used as an instrument to subjugate the borrowers and extract value from them. Look at any country indebted to the World Bank. Any elected official in the county takes an oath to uphold the Texas Constitution, which enshrines the God-given rights that we individuals are born with. Any official who signs off on a contractual agreement that takes away those rights is abrogating his or her oath of office and sworn responsibility to the people who elected them.
Who wrote this for her? She definitely didn't write this. She absolutely wrote this. Remember, like, there's internet people and then there's like real life people. There were a group of people that were super invested in politics before the internet, though, and those are called your local politics people. And they are the I said this when we were doing the canvassing for Nebraska and some of the other states. I don't know if you guys just didn't believe me. Local politics is sometimes the craziest politics. It wouldn't surprise me if she not only wrote this statement, she probably helped like friends write statements to come up here and make a presentation too. Like, yeah, she absolutely fucking wrote this shit on her own.
Commit to lend my efforts with those of any others who are interested, if it comes to this, to collect signatures on affidavits, which would hold any county official signing off on these funds personally liable for any damages for abandoning their oath according to the Bill of Rights and the Texas and U.S. Constitution. Send this Judas money back. This plan
The
is
Judas money.
not a rescue plan. It is a procurement plan.
How did I not hear about that? Dude, that American Rescue Plan shored up so many state and local budgets. There was so much money that was just given out to states because there was so much, there were so many funding issues relating to the lockdowns and everything else. They shored up so many budgets. I didn't know there were so many counties that were fighting to not accept free money.
Thank you.
Fellow Michigan, did you want to speak? Okay. Michael Piper.
Hello again, Commissioners, Judge. Thank you for hearing me today. Everybody that's spoken today has talked about the contract and how it could turn into something really bad for the citizens of Kerr County. I'm not going to drive that point in the ground anymore. I think y'all got the point on that. But I'm here to tell you that myself, personally, will not be mandated by anybody out of Washington. I'm a Texan. I want you all to make the right decisions here. That's why we put you here. If something comes down from Washington, guys, man, you live in the county too. These people know where you live. Man, look what happened to Stalin. It's not a threat, Sheriff. That's not a threat. That's a warning. That's a warning. Because
this is about accepting free money. You've already paid this. This reminds me of when DeSantis, when my governor sent money back to the federal government. Why did you do that? They already gave it to us. It's like giving your allowance back to your mom and dad when they don't need it. What the fuck? Why would you do that?
we are Texans. We fought a revolution to get away from an oppressive government, and we will not have it.
I don't know any like Spanish-American War shit. What is that a reference to? What did that? Was there? Is he talking about this? He's not talking about the Civil War, right? Is he talking about? Is there? I don't know anything about the Spanish-American War. The American Revolution? No, I feel it's got to be like, yeah, Mexican-American War or something. I don't believe that Texas was one of the original colonies. I could be wrong. My geography's real bad.
We will not have it. Reagan said there's
They took Texas from Mexico. Civil war between USA and Mexico. Okay, I don't know anything about that war, but okay.
nothing more true to eternal life than a government program. Thomas Jefferson said, if you can save the government from stealing the man's labor, you will have liberty. Benjamin Franklin said himself that if you want security, or if you give up your security and your liberty, or if you give up your liberty for security, you will end up with neither. That's the way it is. I've been in this county all my life. I love this county. We got your back, Sheriff. If the Sheriff's Department needs anything, these citizens are going to step up. I guarantee you, we got your back, Sheriff. Been doing an excellent job for us in this county. I think that's about all I got to say. Y'all probably tired of hearing from me, but.
Good evening and welcome to a special edition of Tucker Carlson Tonight.
This is from 2019. You're retarded if you link this. Tinted.
I appreciate what you all have done for us and what you're going to do for us, because I have faith in you guys to make the right decisions. I really do. Thank God.
Kathleen Oker.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Oker, and I'm a resident of Kirk County. I thank you, gentlemen, for the opportunity to address ARPA funds today. I strongly urge you to return this money now. This money is not free, and all federal money comes with strings attached. Should these strings be such things as regulations, statutes, executive orders, and mandates, and they would be unacceptable for our county, we would have the opportunity to repay it. Kerr County includes an army of intelligent and competent residents and officials who are quite capable of determining what is best for our area. We do not need Washington bureaucrats making mandates for us to follow. Perhaps the most feared statement in any situation is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Please vote to return this money immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert, is it Fearon? I think it's F-E-R-O-N or Fearon, I'm not sure.
That's it, Judge. Nobody else is upstairs.
Okay, I've got Lori Adams and Todd Kinsey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My husband and I escaped from Austin 5 years ago.
Escaped.
And we live in Center Point. We're very happy. We're not happy about this ARPA money. Agreeing to the terms and conditions of this Treasury Department funding. By the way, Treasury Department directed, they're in bed with BlackRock. Does everybody know?
It's every conspiracy theory. This is what I'm talking about. By the way, all the memes and the funny programs that we watch and the Joe Rogans and the Tim Pools, this is where it fucking ends up. Just so you know, it's not only memes, okay? Well, the only thing your kids can say are because they're fucking drowning, right? When all of your services are failing and your citizens are literally rejecting free fucking money from the government to do shit. This is where it ends up, unironically.
Treasury Department directed, they're in bed with BlackRock. Does everybody know who BlackRock is? Look it up. So this is art of words, so-called relief funds. They come with massive strings. We're all concerned about this outrageous executive order mandating private business to require everyone to be vaccinated. Never mind that many businesses are doing it anyway, regardless of what courts are saying. But what happens when the feds or the president emperor decides that we have to abide by every edict, perhaps tied to sanctuary for illegals, any regulation pertaining to gun ownership, and the Second Amendment, or maybe local lockdowns to our economy because of so-called climate control issues? Audits will take place in 4 to 5 years, and non-compliance will mean penalties, including returning money that has already been spent. I don't have time to go into it, but look up Confessions of an Economic Hitman, because that's a playbook for what we're seeing here. Also, if you would, please look up Mike Adams' article about this. The headline is COVID relief funds distributed to cities and states require full compliance with Biden vaccine mandates. Counties can use money to bankrupt and replace local businesses. I've been trying to share that on social media and they won't let me. Know that small business and nonprofits will be lured into applying for all this money. Food pantries and others, and every person associated with them will be forced to comply with all of this. And what else in the future? Look up 30 by 30, or as they're now rebranding it, America the Beautiful, I think. And then think hard about your property rights. Why don't you ask some of the other communities who plan to refuse this funding, apparently on principle? I'm not sure, but I think Brady, Spring Branch, and Mason might be a start. The terms and conditions of this funding are not standard, contrary to what some would have you believe. I can't and would not quote Rusty, our former sheriff, but I think he said something at some point before he retired about not taking federal grants because he might have to jail a man with female inmates because of the man claimed to identify as a woman. I went to YouTube and searched for this topic, ARPA. The propaganda is amazing. I guess people for now think money is free. Let's face it, this so-called rescue plan is bondage. I've heard it called a poison apple and a Trojan horse. That is accurate. But I always think about what my dad, who passed in 2010, when served his country, said. Communism is encroaching, and this country will fall without them finding a shot.
Communism?
Please face this decision now. Send the money back, and do not enslave the citizens of this county and their children.
Todd Kinsey.
Todd Kinsey, I live here in Kerrville. Thanks for everyone that spoke. Probably should have ended on that last one because very, very well articulated. I'm just going to mumble up here. I moved my family here from Colorado 2.5 years ago, and was thankful to get to Texas before this nonsense all started. But I got to tell you, I've been disappointed at times in the amount of, I guess I expected Texas to man up a little bit more, and I've been disappointed at times. And so, as sitting here, I was thinking, how do I relate this to my own life? And if someone were to offer me some money that had some strings attached to it, my convictions tell me to say no. And so I would just ask you all to think about it in that way. And as men of God, we're called to do the right thing. And so I would just...
Property is platted or revised, the county typically requires right-of-way dedication. However, the developer has requested this portion of Indian Mound Road to remain as an easement, as Eric has indicated.
Distribution rate was 13.22%, and they recommend us to increase that to 14.72%.
I actually have to have two bonds. One is with the comptroller's office.
Wow, good one. Intro screen.
Number 4.
Okay.
And a motion and a second to approve establishing
We can't hear. We can't understand that. If you speak up, speak up loudly so we can hear you.
It's cutting out.
Are you on speakerphone, Mr. Kimbrough?
Here for final form. I'm just going to put the cursor where the precinct 1 gathering moves northwest. Put it on. And look at the numbers.
Okay. If you could zoom out. Zoom
out a little bit, Josh, to get this area.
Well, I think
All right. Is that right?
it would help if you zoomed out a little bit and then let us zoom back in, so we can, because we can see where the road's dead end and explain them to you.
Okay.
As I'm looking
You need to zoom out more than.
Down, then the timberline starts again.
That makes sense.
And it looks like it's some right of way over to the west.
We're not cutting somebody out.
We already have that.
They could be talking about a million different things for these.
Court will have the results of the community survey. And one of the things that the ARPA funds speak to is that you really
Oh, that's another ARPA one.
should let your community have input. We may not agree with all the things you want to do, but we would like for you to have at least the input so that we get a little guidance out of it. Okay, and then that list, and then these are the allowable projects. This list, we probably are not gonna put this on the website. She's shaking her head.
Yeah.
You know, well, I mean, we can look at this as we look at the applications later, but it's not something that's on the website.
If something that we disagree with, then we go for a different direction. I don't see how that helps us at all.
Laura,
and I think the first step is good for the court to have a discussion, which I thought we were gonna do today, on what we believe the source of the funds and types of areas the funds should be used at.
Okay, and so I have one point on that to make. Yes.
Okay, so to that topic, exactly. I was under the impression that there were 9 categories from the expenditure sheet that were chosen.
Not by me.
Okay, so let's do that then. And that way, instead of using all of this information and opening it up for everyone, you can narrow down the project list. How's that? Would that help?
That would help.
And you would be responsible, you guys, you 5 up there would be responsible for narrowing down the list. Would that work?
Let me ask you a question. Does this funding require the public process that we described this morning?
No. No. I think the funding does not, there's nowhere in the law that says you must have.
What specifically was this money meant to be used for if it had passed? My understanding is the ARPA funds could be used for a huge range of things. You could use these on like fucking almost anything. But one of the things that had been spoken about, I guess, for a while was having like a having a big like a siren warning system, I guess, for flood stuff. But they kept kicking the can down the road on this because they didn't, I guess, have the money initially to do it. But I don't know if they ever, did they just never spend any of this ARPA money at all? Or did they, is there a way to find out, like to track ARPA funds? The people didn't want to spend any of the ARPA money because it was tied to the Biden admin. Even the judge suggests just holding on to the money so that it can't be sent to states that don't share the same value. Oh yeah, that was the,
As long as we're transparent.
I think that a lot of counties in the United States are opening it up for public discussion because they feel that they want that input. However, they have limited it to the areas for discussion to maybe 4 or 5 out of the sheet. So they may have said, well, we're not interested in 1, 2, or 3, but we are interested in 1.4. So 1.4 becomes an area that we want to look at. So put 1.4 and maybe choose 5 out of this list. So all of your projects that come in will fit under those 5 categories.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I know I probably used bad measure when I talked about London water on this, but everybody's lining up trying to get some of this stuff. That's it should be. I understand it. I'm worried about what is not eligible for these funds, because that's where the clawback exposure is. And we know that anything that's on this list, this front back list that we're going to get out to the public, we know that qualifies. And Grantworks can review the request for application, the intent to submit, and come back and tell us thumbs up. This is something we can consider. I'm concerned about the things that don't qualify. What's ineligible? And I don't think, and so I'm asking Grant, ineligible uses. And so for me, and I think for the public, what's most important to know is what is not eligible. If it's not eligible, it might not be the greatest thing in the world, but if it's not eligible, we might not be considering it for these funds. Okay? But it also says that changes that reduce tax revenue are things, if we spend this money on things that we would ordinarily spend tax revenue on, is that going to be a callback item with the federal government to say, well, that's a uniform county budget? That's right. That's what concerns me. If we do that, what happens to us?
And pay back.
I'm just reading it, but I think that we need to go onto this list and look at it and maybe send back to Grantworks and say, well, this probably good before we go off with all the soliciting for all this. I don't do this survey, you know, and all that. Do this public meeting, that's fine. But I think it's this forced decision, what's going to help the taxpayer. That's why we're elected.
I suspect you know where you want to.
But I think that a communication system for the sheriff department is a very high priority. We have been knowing, we've been told this is a problem for years. System for the sheriff department is a very high priority. No, if it's not eligible, no, I don't send money there. But I think that a communication system for the sheriff department is a very high priority. We have been knowing, we've been told this is a problem for years.
I've already publicly said that that's my number one concern with this. Getting the sheriff department, talking to the police department, volunteer fire departments all on the same wavelength, upgrading everything, get up to the century standard.
You know, my thinking, and I may be wrong, is you cast out the net and see what you get, and then bring back the fish that you can eat, or the good things that are in that net. Throw out the turtles and that's a kind of a weird analogy. But by having this community input, you have cast that net. And not everybody's going to agree with us. But it doesn't say because the community said anything, we have to do such and such. It's all going to be up to you guys. Hello, Mr. Baloo.
Hi, it's Lori again. I have one more thing to comment on. And
She sounds pissed that they did an open, or that they're going to have an open hearing on this. They're like, why'd you ask? There's probably some local policy. They probably have to solicit feedback.
that is that during this workshop, if there is a need for communications from the sheriffs, then they should put in an intent to submit. They become part of this process. And so we'll have their paperwork as well as somebody else's paperwork. And they'll be graded accordingly. Sheriff communication is number 1.8 on this list. It's a definite yes as far as using it and getting our funds.
This is what I'm trying to get my head around.
Okay.
That's under category number 1, public health.
Yeah.
Okay? That has to be directly tied to COVID.
Yes, and it can be. It can be. There is information in the rule itself, in the interim rule, that I can cite for you where it says it in there as far as communication. So yeah, you can definitely justify that.
Okay. Because we'll look over on number 5. We've got clean water, drinking water, and broadband.
Mm-hmm.
Infrastructure.
Right.
Those are the ones that don't have to be tied.
That's correct.
Those.
That's correct.
But I think the public, just make sure I'm understanding what you've been telling us, is that we can spend money on something that's going to, that was a problem when COVID was here, and we spend money on something that's going to improve it in the future, which would be the communication to the sheriff's department. That's why it qualifies, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, it qualifies because under the rule, that was part of some of the problems that people faced, is they didn't have a connection with communication between these services. Ambulances weren't talking to the sheriff's department, weren't talking with 911. There wasn't a communication, it was a real lack. So that's why you find it on here. And a lot of counties are doing exactly what you're asking to do. Now again, Great Works is not going to tell you how to spend your money. I can just tell you if it's eligible, and in that case, it's eligible.
I wonder if she works for the state, or if she's like a go-between federal office. Probably not. Probably like maybe a state employee or something, or maybe just in the communications office or something.
Well, it seems, if we're going to do the survey, something different with the survey, I think we need to be clear as to the types of projects that we're looking at. And I think the form that was in here, and it sounds like a Lori's recommendation, that we go through this and somehow in the next, go along, figure out what categories we want to ask the public to give us input on.
Only because it narrows your list.
Yeah.
And I think in the workshop next Thursday, we can, in the course of the presentation, bring in some of these things that you're saying now. We can make that group aware, and by doing it on YouTube, those people will become aware of it, and then using your media to expand the need for it. By the time the deadline for intent to submit comes, or the time for the applications comes, I think you're going to narrow it down some just by attrition, because people are going to say, I'd like to have such and such, it's really more important for the sheriff's office to be able to know where to find me or.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar with that because these framework helps. Because I think that the county clerk's request or an idea.
A certain amount of their award to cover the other types of services that the county doesn't provide itself. Just another thought about
I
this.
think as long as the public is very much aware that the likelihood of getting funded is too small, almost. First,
I can't read the materials that they put out to us. And when I look at these, and I read off these categories, public health, negative economic impact. I know Jackson talked just about that. We've got services to disproportionately impacted communities. We've got premium pay for our essential workers. And then we've got infrastructure. And the only one that's not tied to COVID is the infrastructure. It's pretty clear to me that Congress somehow intended for us to use these funds for more than just supplementing the county's needs. This is just not about the county gets the money, so we're going to pay what needs to be done on the county money. Because I don't want a fallback. And so I'm expressing my concern now. Don't let us go down the wrong path. If we do this, are we going to be criticized for it? And I can tell you, if we don't listen to all the public's needs, I think that's going to subject us to criticism.
I think we're pretty transparent. I have no problem with the survey. I just want the expectation to be real, that the likelihood of getting funds is pretty small in my opinion, and the requirements, if you do get some, are going to be pretty onerous. And that's a fact, because that's what they'll work on these programs. I mean, the requirements is tough. And I'm doing it. And
The money is there, and we could come back to that at some point.
Okay.
Since it's on the list, we can use it at any time.
Okay.
All obviously, we had that conversation with Pearson, and when they had that severe shortage.
Right.
I don't know if they're going to want to submit an application or not. I don't know if they would agree to fund it. But they certainly have had extraordinary assistance. There's no question about that.
Believe it.
Okay, well, I'll just put a question mark by that one, we can go back to it.
Leave it on there, I think.
Okay.
We're in agreement.
Oh, you want to leave it on? Okay, I'll let you think about leave medical facilities on there. One? Okay, we'll put a question mark by it. Okay, 1.7, capital investments for physical plant changes for public facilities that respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
We've already done that.
Guidance.
I'm not aware of any pending things like that.
I don't think this is not open on my list, I think that's
Okay.
possible. But not, as an example, are we talking about the Hookup Event Center, improving the ventilation or electrical in the one room? That's the kind of thing it could be.
Only because it's an evacuation center.
Right.
Potential evacuation center.
Yeah, emergency
Cool.
operations center.
Yeah.
So it could, interesting as it could be.
I think that.
I suspect there's
Whoa!
not money.
Shut up.
Not to do something like that.
But I mean, but I could say on the list.
Well, the other thing, let's take a hypothetical. The Methodist Church provided a place for people to come and get their shots for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Could they come and make a grant application for their staff and their utilities cost during that time?
Well, this is capital investment in physical capital, so there's other categories for that. But
Yeah.
but this would be for more.
Right.
Okay, so we're
Now,
leaving that one in?
The question on that is, what about internal communications in the courthouse?
I think this meeting is just these people must be compliance workers with the local government and the people here asking questions. Not people. These are, I guess, the commissioners or whatever, are just figuring out how to apply or do all that shit. Okay, whatever. Good luck. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Is this a real? I'm sorry. This is what I clicked the TikTok on, but it's not a real TikTok. I think. Shut up. Trump today at his rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania. By the way, nice trucks. Do you think I could hop into one of them and drive it away? I'd love to do it. Just drive the hell out of here. Just get the hell out of this. I had such a good life. My life was great. Why would I ever? You mentioned Doe needing to update their complaint earlier. What happens if they don't? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. All of it is basically just, I need those fucking rulings to come out. I was hoping someone would get posted today. I wonder if it's good or bad that it's taking so long. I wonder if it normally takes them longer to issue a preliminary injunction or longer to say no to one. If we get a 940 or higher, all of the rulings are in our favor. 960 or higher, and the magistrate judge recommends the case to be tossed. Come on. We got a 960. Plug the fuck in. Hold on. Plug in. Plug in. Okay, whatever. We'll get favorable rulings at least. How is this even? Dad speaks out against Anissa and Ian.
I almost quit when she called me because Harley was out. I was talking to Harley. Harley was talking about his frustrations. I'm 44 freaking years old. This is high school garbage. Well, this is a video I didn't want to make, but here we are. You didn't know Creator Clash 3 is canceled.
Oh, no. Wait, when did that happen?
It's completely over. It's done. It's not happening. But I was hoping and trying and praying it would work out and things would be fine and I'd be able to box for my third time. I'd have a trilogy in Creator Clash and I'd have 3 first-round wins. That was my goal and that was my plan. I started training last November and now here in July, I'm finally on pause with training because Creator Clash 3 is completely done. And even though Creator Clash 3 isn't happening, there still is going to be an effort to raise some money for the charity for Stand Up to Cancer. Aaron from Real Good, from Game Grumps, wants to try to still push people and do some fun things to raise money for charity. And I would like to do my 24-hour dance stream. I mentioned it before. I was going to do it leading up to the event. I was going to dance for nonstop for 24 hours. And as I'm dancing, we're doing different things to raise money. Please stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes peeled. The good news is you will be able to see me fight at some point. I have been talking to Misfits Boxing. It will happen some point this year. I'm guessing around the fall. So
almost all of those talking points in those meetings is from a backstage Daily Wire video a few months prior. Streamed July 28th, 2021. I don't care about Creator Clash, sorry. Wait.
Well, the truth is the truth. And this attraction that we feel to women's bodies is part of our humanity. We're embodied creatures. We're here to reproduce.
I actually said this on Twitter this week. I've told you that I used Policy Genius and I went
There's this frightening conglomeration.
Although this is the second time that you've affirmed something that this is way too much.
I'm going to try and make it intelligent. The conglomeration of powers that is now, the corporations, the government, the media, the academy. Imagine for a moment if the churches had stood up against the lockdowns. If they had said what John MacArthur at Grace Church in California said, he said, I'm not here to protect people from the flu. I'm here to protect.
What is your opinion on people who are naturally immune, who naturally have the antibodies? Like, where is that in the discussion?
It is, again, an insane failure of the public health establishment not to even talk about this. Right. There are some good studies out of Israel that suggest that not only is natural immunity a result of infection, but also that natural immunity may be more durable. Right? That's what the studies from Israel are suggesting. And when we make
common sense suggests that too.
Yes,
right?
when you make these herd immunity.
Common sense does not suggest that. There's no reason to necessarily intuitively believe that.
Sort of arguments over what percentage of the population is vaccinated, it would be remiss not to actually say how many people. I mean, how do we not even have that stat? How do we not even have the stat as to how many people who are not vaccinated already got COVID and were diagnosed with COVID?
What happened to the ticker on CNN that was counting up infections? And
Right,
magically,
exactly.
basically, by now, everybody should have had COVID, and yet they're telling us that doesn't matter. Everyone has to get the vaccine.
And it's also an easy way for the media to elide one reason why a lot of people are not getting the vaccine. If you talk to people who are not getting the vaccine, there are a bunch of reasons why people aren't getting the vaccine. Some I think that some range from the completely unreasonable to the somewhat reasonable. And the somewhat reasonable is I had COVID 3 months ago, and I was diagnosed with COVID, and I have natural immunity now, so I don't need the vaccine. Right? I have not heard any scientists really speak to does the vaccine make
I had chickenpox when I was a kid. I wouldn't just go get the chickenpox vaccine for no reason.
But chickenpox parties when people were kids.
That's what we have, chickenpox
But I think you're missing an important aspect of this, which is that the vaccine mandates are not about public health. At this point, vaccine mandate is about making you bend the knee.
That's the imposition.
Yes. Yeah. You must acknowledge the power of the ruling class. You must acknowledge the authority of the media, the authority.
Oh yeah. Now, this is why they're talking about expanding testing into small children for whether we should use the vaccine.
Choose not to get the vaccine, which is their God-given right. So some of them are requiring you now to get vaccinated. The Veterans Affairs Office today announced that they're going to require vaccinations from the greatest act of mass hysteria and overreach by governments on a global scale in human history is what we've just lived through. And now, as we're coming out the other side, as the vaccines have been widely dispersed, certainly dispersed enough such that everyone in this country who wants a vaccine has had the opportunity to have the vaccine. At this very moment, our federal government and certain state and local governments are considering forcing you to mask again so that you can protect people who choose not to get the vaccine, which is their God-given right. So some of them are requiring you now to get vaccinated. The Veterans Affairs Office today announced that they're going to require vaccinations from federal workers, which, if it were happening in reverse, you would say that it was a backhanded attempt to drive the opposition party out of what few positions they have left in the federal government. And we're supposed to take all of that lying down. In fact, social media has an entire list of things that we can and cannot say on this show if we don't want to lose our ability to speak on social media in the future. And you may say, well, just say it anyway, but we can't sacrifice our voice on this and other important issues just to be reckless and cavalier about the things that we say. But you should know, we can't raise any question as to whether or not vaccines, the efficacy of vaccines. You can't raise any questions about the efficacy of masks. You can't raise any questions about the danger, the threat of COVID to small children unless you are incredibly precise and say, not that COVID does not appear to have a high fatality rate among children under 12. Like even that, they're probably going to flag us and then decide it was okay. Well, he was very technically correct. And all of this goes to the central question. Is it the right of governments to combat misinformation simply because they have determined that misinformation is creating some sort of nuisance to public safety or public health?
I think you're being way too kind that that's why they're doing it. The Biden administration has made it very clear that the people they blame for misinformation are conservatives and Fox News. And the thing is, that's literally untrue. The reason conservatives...
It's literally true. They literally settled the largest lawsuit in all of fucking defamation corporate history because of how much they were intentionally... God, I hate these people. They're evil. They're evil people. Don't care. All right, I don't care about this. All right. Update on Asian Slur Girl.
Miss Sierra done got kicked off the show. All that mean girl energy just went on to waste. And now your best friend, the one that you rode for and the one that you trusted, snatched your man up. Tragic. Oh, mean girl energy never wins.
That girl was radiating the most cunty fucking mean girl energy I've ever seen literally in my entire fucking life. Holy shit. This is the kind of girl that goes out with friends and cockblocks every single friend she has because there are literal cobwebs up in that fucking pussy. Guaranteed! Don't care. Doesn't matter. Okay, where are we? Did you see Peter from the vaccine debate talk about you on Twitter watching this in the chat during it? I think I saw one thing, but yeah, I wanted to say thank you for showing your note-taking methods on stream for research projects. It helped me a lot for my AP exam this year, and I got a 5 on all my classes. Oh, well, good job. My note-taking on stream has been very, very, very bad, but it's because it's boring to actually sit and like have me take proper notes, unfortunately. Sometimes I go through after stream and I clean them up a little bit. I need to be doing that more, but is this air? No, don't do it. Wait. Wait, what is this? It's so fucking stupid. Is this airsoft? Jesus Christ. I gotta take a break from online politics. Where am I? Oh, where are we? Okay, don't stop. What is this?
Is what I hear when I'm being yelled at is people caring loudly at me.
Now, I have a few things I want to say about Laura Linney. There is a disturbing lack of benches in Ramsett Park. I want to sit more.
I found a sandwich in one of your parks, and I want to know why it didn't have mayonnaise. What's so funny?
Oh. Hold on. I get worried sometimes when they do TV shows like this, okay? For a lot of you city folk or something, I get worried. You guys see stuff like this, and I don't know if you guys think that all of this is just insanely wacky, crazy shit that they like invent for the show. This is the exact type of shit. If you work customer service, people will come up and complain about shit like this. People will make the most asinine, unbelievably fucking stupid and unhinged complaints ever in your entire fucking life, okay?
Mayonnaise.
You can't even imagine. You wouldn't be able to fathom the crazy things that people will say to you.
What's so funny?
Oh.
What are you, some kind of moron? Why don't you have hand dryers in the park bathrooms? They're so much more sanitary than paper towels. Anyone knows that.
Ham and mayonnaise.
No.
Ham and mayonnaise.
No.
Ham and mayonnaise. Except for turnip. Except for turnip.
My daughter's 5.
Well, your daughter is an idiot. Her daughter is an idiot. Her daughter
She's
is
5. I mean,
is an
she is an
idiot.
idiot,
Her daughter
probably.
is an idiot.
No, she's not.
I made this in one of your pottery classes. It's terrible.
If sugar is so bad, how come Jesus made it taste so good?
My bird is missing. I need a permit to post signs.
Let me just look for that form.
There's no time. He can fly.
If the government shut down, who's going to stop Al Qaeda?
But isn't all food bad for you? I've been eating lasagna and muffins every day of my life for 40 years, and I feel terrible.
How do you like it? Huh? No. How do you like that? Now imagine you're holding coffee.
Now, why should the Bill of Rights be in the official time capsule, but this painting of my dog is in time capsule 7?
I mean, where are my kids supposed to play? The rock quarry?
One of my, I have so many casino stories. I don't remember if I told this one or not before. I don't remember her name, but she was old lady, nice. Back then when we were just the Horseshoe, before Harrah's and eventually Seavers. I don't know who owns it now. The highest level is called 7 stars, and then the below that was the diamond level. Okay, I think a 7 stars customer, somebody who had a gambling. I think they had to have at least, I think it was $100,000 of play a year. I think it was that. We didn't figure this out until it was months in, but this lady would always come to our diner. We were in the back near the park room, JB's Cafe in the Horseshoe in Council Bluffs. I don't know if it's still called the Horseshoe Diner, but this lady would come back. She would always order like a 2-egg breakfast. She'd say like a 2-egg breakfast, but I'm sorry. She would order. She'd get it free because all of their food is comped, and then she would go and she would sit in the corner of the restaurant, and we figured this out. We put this together afterwards. She would look for servers, and every time she would go up to a server, she would ask for 2 to-go boxes because she wanted to take the eggs to give to one person and the toast to another person. And by the end, I don't know who caught this. It was either us or the buffet, but she ends up leaving with like 2 bags with 3 of these to-go boxes each, and then she would walk over to the buffet. And then she would go up to the buffet, she'd get a plate full of food, go down, and then she would start to load. All of the boxes were empty that we'd given her because she didn't have that much food. And she would load up all of her boxes with food, and then she would take that home because she was spending all of her money at the casino. So she would just steal money or she would steal food from the buffet and then go home in our to-go boxes. I think I told the story. There was this one, I felt bad because she was really attractive, like 21-year-old Asian girl that used to play poker all the time. And there was this rumor that she was like sucking dick in the parking lot for people to buy her in for just like 1-3 games. So it was like $200 or $300 basically. And I remember that rumor had went around the poker room for a few months. And then one day, it was pretty busy, so it must have been on a swing shift. She was outside the poker room like crying because I think 2 bosses had run her down because she had like a gambling problem. And I don't know if it's like this in every casino. Like they say, you know, oh, casinos will just steal your money, blah, blah, blah. But if they think you have like a problem, at least in our casino, you'd be kicked the fuck out. Because I don't think casinos need like super addicted people who are, you know, wasting their life and stealing money from friends to gamble. They just want lots of people. So if they thought you had a problem, they would kick you the fuck out. It later came out because I think she was mutual friends with a lot of other people that I knew. There were these 2 Greek guys I knew, Dimitri and then a couple of Turkish dudes, Murat and Murad, that me and Chris would play poker with every Saturday. And we found out that this girl had, her parents sent her money for school, and she told them that she was going to school, but she took all of the money to the casino and gambled all of it away. And after like 2 years, apparently they'd found out, and that was part of her crash out and why she had to start borrowing money from other people and shit. Did your casino had a bunch of Asian dudes? Not Asian dudes, Vietnamese people. Some Chinese people, lots of Vietnamese people. Lots of people with the last names Nguyen and Tran. Wen and Tran. Like there were so many Wens and so many Trans. And then a few Chinese people. No Japanese people, no Koreans. I don't know what it was for Omaha, why it was just... yeah, I don't know. Were they elderly or young? They were generally older. They always played Baccarat. And then they would always come to the casino, or they would always come back to our diner because we served the soup, phao, or whatever they would call it, always come and order, phao. And then I learned from you guys, from white kids when I was 25, that apparently you're supposed to call it pho, is apparently how you guys all call it, but that's what I always come up and order. Did you ever meet an NG? I might have seen that on an ID once, but usually it was Wen and Tran. The Wen is Nguyen or something. Clicky. Sure depends on the county where you are, but it's all Chinese people in Vegas, according to my buddy who's a pit boss on the strip. I never worked. I only worked in Council Bluffs.
President guts all of the early warning systems and the weathering forecast abilities of the government. These are the results that we're going to start to see on a daily basis.
The incident comes
sorry.
As the Trump administration is making deep cuts to weather forecasting services.
We're also learning that there were significant staffing shortfalls at the National Weather Service's offices in the region.
I don't think it's helpful to have missing key personnel from the National Weather Service not in place to help prevent these tragedies.
But the White House correcting the record.
The National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the—
I'm so curious. Can we take that one step further then? So then, was it like the retarded camp counselors, or what happened? Like, who are we blaming here for this then? Or was this just a totally unavoidable disaster? I bet it was the goddamn teenage camp counselors were probably fucking each other back in the tents when the kids were drowning. Who gets it? Who's there? I was gonna tweet a joke about that, but I feel like nobody actually saw Jason 1 or whatever.
The offices was actually overstaffed.
So just take it from me, politicizing weather events is not good and it shouldn't happen. But this happened, Jesse, and great to have you back. Around 4 a.m.
The origin story for Jason for Friday the 13th was supposed to be I think he was mentally retarded or developmentally disabled, or he just looked weird kid, was at Camp Crystal, and then he falls into the water, but the teenage staff are so busy fucking each other, I guess, that he drowns, and then he comes out of the water later and he kills them all.
a.m. when everyone was asleep, the river was rising, there was a torrential downpour, so the conditions were absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, Dan, we're praying for the family.
Crystal Lake? I thought it was Camp Crystal. Oh, no, it might be Crystal Lake. My bad.
And hope they do find some survivors. There's a school of thought in the left that says the more people you have, the better results you get. I don't know about that, because imagine this show was called The 10, and they blew up the table, and everybody talked. You'd never have time for Animals Are Great, and they'd have to pay these people twice as much.
They call that CNN.
They call the boxes?
Yes.
Exactly. Or look at I think they call it the golden age of Hollywood. Jessica, pay attention to this one. Back in the day, they had one studio head, okay? And he was the risk taker, made all the decisions, and he had an army of writers, producers, and directors. So he'd approve a script, they'd get it up, and all of a sudden, box office hit. Today...
His mom killed the dudes? Oh, shit, did she? Oh, fuck, you might be right. Oh my god, I just fucked up my Jason lore. Because the mom is she actually alive at the end? Or is she like a hallucination from Jason's mind? I don't remember now. That's the sequels? And the first one that is? Okay, fuck, I don't remember then.
There's, I don't know, an army of executives. They have so many people making decisions that nobody...
It's confusing because the lore got retconned in the sequels. Yeah, I only follow the official lore established past Jason X, so.
Decision ever gets done, so they just have to reboot old hits. Like, that's why you have Jurassic Park 17. Stephanopoulos should lose his job. This guy's already cost Disney $20 million. He's making about $20 million, and he's got to go because he says that they're understaffed. Now, with the resources that ABC has, they could make one phone call and find out they had plenty of people. But Politico, with a fraction of the staff, gets the right answer. So this guy's going to get iced out for the next 4 years. No one's going to touch him, and he's just dead man walking. These people have emotional problems and bad religion. Let me give you an example, Jessica.
I will fund an Alex Jones of the left. I want to get some fat fucking dude to go down there and talk about who are these kids? Where are they at? Are they crisis actors? What's going on down here? I don't know. Were any of these kids real?
And it's good to be back around the table. This climate change thing is a religion to these people because they believe that weather is punishing us for being a rich and successful and prosperous nation. And all they need to do to appease the rain gods is to have everybody use their sacred things like solar panels and stupid cars. And
this sounds like a bad movie. This is a bad movie script, right? Where the authoritarian or weird, like, fasci dictator guys are like, and the left wants us to believe that nature is punishing us just because we're rich and successful, and they want us to use green energy to steal all of your cool things.
Example, Jessica, and it's good to be back around the table. This climate change thing is a religion to these people because they believe that weather is punishing us for being a rich and successful and prosperous nation. And all they need to do to appease the rain gods is to have everybody use their sacred things like solar panels and stupid cars and windmills. And that's what's going to save lives. All right. And then you have people that blame everything on Donald Trump. So if they get fired, if they stub their toe, if there's a virus, it's his fault. And so you're walking around and dealing with people that are like suspicious pagans. All right.
Suspicious pagans. As we just read through hundreds of lines of citizens speaking to the Kerr County Commissioner's office about how they're worried that Biden's communist ARPA bill is going to come and steal their fucking homes because they wouldn't inject trans vaccine dicks into their little fucking children. Are you serious? Give me a break.
Everything they see as a conspiracy. They're superstitious, but we're not in this anymore.
Seriously? Everything that, like, it's not, this isn't even, it's not, this is a joke. This is a joke. We're like, people are, this is a joke. He knows this is ridiculous. Everything's a conspiracy to these guys. Like,
suspicious pagans. All right, everything they see as a conspiracy. They're superstitious, but we're not in this anymore. We used to have to battle these people. We are in an age of common sense.
Jessica, I will go to you next. You don't have to, you can choose to comment on whatever you want, but it is good to have Jesse back on the table. I do think it's a little wild. And when it comes to certain news stories, it's let's wait, let's get all the facts, let's see. But if it's a blame Trump, they're like, all systems go.
Well, you could actually do that for any
The Republicans
story,
do,
so, yeah.
writ large. Take it from me.
Listen, this is one of the more devastating stories that I think we've had to cover as a mother of 2 daughters that are going to go to camp at some point. I cannot even imagine what that feels like. I've been reading the testimonials, especially about the fathers and grandfathers that are walking around that camp looking for a thermos with their kid's name on it or some sign that they were there. Maybe they find the body of another camper. Maybe they find their own child or grandchild. Unimaginable. I'm so sorry for them, and I'm sorry for any.
Have you seen that Lance agreed to another interview without preparing at all? This time debating Jesse Singal on his Atlantic article about trans youths. That's going to be a actual fucking e-rape event. Like, might get censored off the internet, needs to be uploaded to Pornhub. Jesse Singal is literally, I would need days of prep to do a debate with him. I'm not even sure how far apart we'd be, maybe, but there's zero chance that Lance has opened a single study of anything in his entire fucking life.
Me hurt that any comments.
Oh wait, he's debating right now? Are they already debated?
Paediatrics could change their stance on that, but as of right now, every major medical association in the United States agrees and strongly supports gender-affirming care.
They don't strongly support it. So they all use different language. Some of them will say, like, in the case of well-assessed youth or something like that. In the case of the AAP, they put out a 2018 policy statement where this one guy, Jason Rafferty, he wrote it. And usually when you have a statement from a medical group, you want it to be like the statement of the whole group, right? Not just one guy or like a committee. So this was an unusual case where one guy.
That's a 2-hour thing.
About this tragedy has caused these families. I don't think that talking about preparedness or what might have helped qualifies as impugning the memory of those that have been lost or detracting from the thoughtful conversation that needs to take place, because this river has been flooding for a very long time. There are a number of instances in this. And we were here around the table when Hurricane Helene struck, and I did not hear Jesse Waters, who I'm thrilled is back around the table, saying that Donald Trump should stop spreading lies about the Biden administration and the FEMA funds. Trump came out and he said, they're giving your FEMA dollars to illegals. They're housing them with your FEMA dollars. Then he said, you're only going to get $750 from FEMA, which was a complete lie. And there were Republican officials who have testified to the fact that people did not get their FEMA assistance because of what Trump and other Republicans were saying. You also don't need to trust or go to Democrats to politicize it. You can look at this GOP state rep, Wes Burdell, who said that he would have voted differently on a bill that was before the House last year. I think it was House Bill number 13, that was going to add more money for disaster response and better alert systems, radio towers, et cetera. There are over $54 billion in identified needs in terms of disaster resistance when it comes to these kinds of flash floods that state officials are asking for, and the GOP legislature has rejected them. That is something that they can work on to move forward and hopefully avoid a tragedy like this again.
And well, Kellyanne, I think one thing that we always are constantly reminded of, especially even with Hurricane Helene, is that state and local governments are the ones that are on the front lines of defense, and the federal government can help, but they're not necessarily the ones to blame.
That's right. They're on the first level of defense, but they're also the ones who tend to issue the warnings and then go out to rescue and recover. I mean, the left is very culpable in this one, Jessica, respectfully. They have this playbook now. Number one, blame.
Right up your highlights for the next Piers panel with those tweets. They can't wait to invite you on. I'm going to be honest. This was the first one I skipped. I knew you wanted to bring. I didn't even want to fucking do it, and I was tired. Fuck it. But they messaged me twice this morning, and I was like, oh, actually, there also was. They were doing the construction on my balcony today, so it wasn't realized I was gonna do it. But I was like, I'll lose my fucking mind if I go on and have to sit here next to all these fucking ghouls. I actually can't do it. I might actually die. My heart might explode. I don't know if I could handle it.
Trump. Number two, lie in the service of blaming Trump. Refer to number one. And number three, give us your thoughts, never even your prayers. Why aren't they out there helping with rescue and recovery? Why aren't they looking for the thermoses? Why aren't they crediting lifting up this hero who saved the lives of 168? Why isn't he a household name? Trump, 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 and everything. And it turns out all of it's just a lie. Diana Bash, George Stephanopoulos, Al Sharpton, and other Democrats in the media.
Al Sharpton? What year is it? I haven't heard that guy's name since Rush Limbaugh used to complain about him all the time. Jesse Hi Jackson, and then he would call him, and then what did he have? Reverend Al Sharpton. What did he used to call him?
Democrats everywhere. Lying, climate change. People are talking about climate change from the comfy cockpits of their fossil fuel guzzling private aircraft, telling the rest of us what just went wrong, who's to blame, while people are still looking for loved ones. We didn't have this when I was growing up. Everybody got together. I think the modern Democratic Party, it's hysteria over compassion. It is Trump derangement syndrome, definitely, and it's confrontation over collaboration. And they let that go here. Last point, Trump's the one. He got in late September, early October, he went down to North Carolina after that tragedy. He and Melania went out.
Yeah, when he was running for office, you stupid cunt. Where is he now? Has Trump even gone to Texas yet? Or is he too busy fucking filleting Netanyahu?
That is a fact.
We had a rough time, but sometimes, sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East, and they respect us, and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place. Nobody's ever seen equipment like what we sent over to knock out those sites. But when those sites were knocked out, it essentially that was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know.
Imagine asking Trump a question of any substance at all. I think he's honest about it, though. He's like, I don't know.
Ask me that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact. And no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life, we cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors. And I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership. And by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Mr. President, a question on Iran. You asserted that there's complete and total destruction of their nuclear facilities. So what is the basis of the talks going forward? Is it to cap future nuclear activity? Is it ballistic missiles, terror support, economic-based opportunities? What are the
It's really a good question because if you remember when it was done, I sort of said, what's the purpose of talking? It's been knocked out completely. But they've requested a meeting, and I'm going to go to a meeting, and if we can put something down on paper, that will be fine.
Wow.
I think they've gained a lot of respect for us. I think they've gained a lot of respect for Israel also.
One of my favorite things about Netanyahu, this leader of peace who's going to lead us into a new glorious time, was after Rabin signed the Oslo Accords, all of the right wing in Israel was super fucking ass pained. And this is in July of '95. A couple of the Conservative Party members, Netanyahu included, do this like fucking mock funeral procession for Rabin with like a fake coffin and everything. And the guy gets assassinated 5 months later by some insane fucking right-wing lunatic. But apparently Trump says he nominated this guy for or he wants to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. Or wait, or did I get that backwards? Was it Netanyahu wanted to nominate Trump? Oh, the other way around. Oh, never mind. That's way more reasonable. My bad. Trump definitely deserves one. Not Netanyahu.
And one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Says he's still in love with Israel? Only when Israelis don't talk about our country's fucking politics. Because my God, they are on some Trump slurp.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know.
Damn, dude. I bet there was like a world leader that was supposed to meet with Trump next week, and they're like, fuck, I wanted to send the letter to nominate. I got to send two now.
Well, thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. It's a great honor.
We speak in one country.
Out here in Amish, smoking big joints in Amish. Big old doinks.
Why? What is this? Okay.
Wait, what's the meme? Dog food? The nutrients that are in dog food and stuff, you realize these animals have 4 legs. So obviously whatever's in there is helping them. If you're training 2 legs and you eat dog food for animals with 4 legs, it gives you twice the gains. So.
Listed in the
7.5 minutes. Wait, fuck. I'm not gonna get through it. I am gonna get through stuff. I don't care. Okay, these are it. I'm wasting all my news for today, Radiant. I'm so sorry. I don't remember the ending of this movie. Hold on. Is the only bad thing about eating dog food the taste, or is it unhealthy for humans? The problem is that a lot of dog food has a lot of artificially inserted fear and cleavage sites, and the cleaving of the spike proteins causes it to make your dick shrink. Damn.
Maybe this.
Wait! Did I hear a Wilhelm scream yesterday?
Warrior.
Did we win?
We wouldn't be having this conversation if we didn't.
That was one, right? I knew it. Why do they do this? It's not epic. It's not funny. It's cringe.
That's God's will. Maybe you guys should repent. If you didn't follow the evil Democratic Party agenda, maybe this wouldn't happen. It's not too late to be saved. Don't make this political. We need your prayers now more than ever. This is the government's fault. God, please protect our white girls.
What's the argument against a democratic monarchy? Or what do you call the, like, a republic is just supposed to be not a monarchy, right? And then is there a name for like a, what do you call a monarchy plus like your, because the, Britain was like that for a long time, right? Is it a constitutional monarchy? Where you have like your representatives and everything, you've got your legislative branch, but the king is the executive. And it's not, he doesn't even write much on this, but even just reading a little bit about it, well, I don't know, man, maybe. He doesn't pay much attention to this. I'm sure he writes about this more later on, but in there's a book called The Jewish State where Theodor Herzl jerks off about this dream of, oh my God, what if all the Jews from around the world could go and make their own fucking country? Wouldn't that be fucking based? And there's like a small section where he considers what type of government would we have? And he's like, we should just have obviously a monarchy, because why would we waste time with all these retards debating politics? It's just a fucking leech.
One of the great commissions which the Society will have to appoint will be the Council of State Jurists. These must formulate the best, that is, the best modern constitution possible. I believe that a good constitution should be of moderately elastic nature. In another work, I have explained in detail what forms of government I hold to be the best. I think a democratic monarchy and an aristocratic republic are the finest forms of a state, because in them the form of state and the principle of government are opposed to each other and thus preserve a true balance of power. I'm a staunch supporter of monarchical institutions because these allow of a continuous policy and represent the interests of a historically famous family born and educated to rule, whose desires are bound up with the preservation of the state. But our history has been too long interrupted for us to attempt direct continuity of ancient constitutional forms without exposing ourselves to the charge of absurdity. I just hate politics right now. I don't know what I'm just doomer as fuck. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. Never mind. I'm just having a doomer. It just feels everything is so goofy right now. I think I need a conspiracy theory next that is truly like both sides are. Ever since I Vyvanced out and I'm starting to read more, like this stuff is so much more one-sided than I ever thought. I will look up another lab leak angle after this because, and I hope we have time to watch this today, this 3-hour back and forth, because I feel like this is probably going to be the most important back and forth I watch. Like at the moment right now, it seems like in order to believe lab leak, you have to be literally fucking retarded. Like it's just impossible. Because right now it feels like lab leak has to overcome Howard the First. Well, here's the big thing for lab leak. You have to be able to give me infections that were measured before the wet market. If you're going to grant that the wet market was where the first few infections started, I think it's already lost. You're like 99% gone. There's no shot that you can salvage a lab leak theory at that point. There's just no way that multiple lineages of the virus are getting from the lab to the market with nobody else getting infected. It's just not possible. It's just impossible. And then it seems like all of these other weird biological arguments that I'd heard before, these things are evidence of a man-made virus. It's all bullshit. Some are just completely fucking misstated or incorrect. They used human arginine instead of virus arginine. Like, I don't know. Well, I need like a conspiracy, and like the Epstein stuff was like, and it's funny now conservatives are caught up, and even you fuckers had him before. Epstein killed himself. I'm sorry. There's no conspiracy there. He's an old dude. He got busted hardcore for some shit that he was never gonna be able to get out of. That prison, half the fucking cameras weren't working in that motherfucker. Everybody complained about the conditions there. All of our federal prisons have issues. Like, he fucking killed himself. And now the conservatives have finally jumped on board. Now that Daddy Trump is here to say it. But that, like, reading just that 180-page FBI report, Sam Harris basically believes it came from the lab. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think it's just because Sam Harris hasn't done the reading on the science. I just need a conspiracy where it's like, oh shit, this one seems to be a little bit believable, or like I can understand. But I remember doing the 9/11. Dude, I have never believed the official 9/11 story more than after going through the reading of that. The 6-hour, the new Pearl Harbor video. And after that, I'm like, oh my God, my government is like fucking my face with facts right now. Holy shit. I have never been a bigger believer in the official story than after, than after reading through all of the stuff related to that 6-hour video debunk. You could do MK Ultra. Well, but that actually happened, right? That's not like a conspiracy. That actually legitimately happened. Have you looked at the JFK stuff yet? Oh, that would be an interesting one because it incorporates some history and stuff too, actually. Maybe I could do JFK, but JFK seems like another one where it's like there's obviously the guy was acting alone, there was no crazy shit, and it's... That's old Epstein shit. The new shit is MAGA believes with their entire heart that the client list only contains Clintons, Bidens, and Pelosi's, and that the deep state is conspiring to me. Like... Here's what every single Democrat should only talk to Republicans about, and it should literally just be about Epstein, okay? This is what you need to ask them. If a video came out with Epstein saying, hey, I'm best friends with Biden, would that mean anything to you? If a video came out with Biden and Epstein chatting it up and laughing along at a party, would that mean anything to you? If a video came out with Epstein talking about how Biden likes to fuck all of his friends' wives or whatever, Would that mean anything to you? If Biden's Secretary of Labor was the same guy who got Epstein off his original charges in like 2004 or whatever, would that mean anything to you? If Epstein died in prison, in a federal prison, while Biden was president, would that mean anything to you? If Biden was on TV saying we need to release the CIA files and the JFK files and I don't know about the Epstein stuff because there might be some innocent people there, would that mean anything to you? If Biden finally came into office and then his head of his FBI and the other, I don't even remember the other guy was head of, came out and said, oh, actually, we looked at all the Epstein stuff. All of it is, not real. Would that mean anything to you? If Biden had the richest man in the world who had a side White House gig that was being sued by every single person in the country for going through every single federal agency over and over again, Elon Musk, and then tweeted out, by the way, Biden's part of the Epstein files, and that's why, they're trying to come out. Would that mean anything to you? Like, any one of these things would power the Biden-Epstein conspiracy for the next 2 decades. Any one of those things. Like, if Merrick Garland, like Pam Bondi, had come out and said, oh my God, there are hundreds and thousands of pages of Epstein files that we just got from the Southern District of New York that we haven't even gone through before. And then not even 4 or 5 months later, they're like, oh, by the way, there's nothing there. Which is, by the way, which I said that when they got the binders and they were like, we got the new Epstein files, it was bullshit. There was nothing new there. And they're like, we found all this paperwork. By the way, in case you don't know, because apparently nobody knows anything about anything, every single serious FBI investigation, every serious intelligence work, if anybody's worked for the FBI, CIA, any intelligence agency ever, it's going to generate hundreds or thousands of pages of interviews, of investigations, of emails, of subpoenas. It's always going to be the case of every investigation. And not all of that. When you're writing reports for your superiors, when you're writing recommendations for district attorneys, when you're writing you're not including, oh, by the way, here's my 7,000-page report. You're writing up a summary of the information you found, and you're probably presenting your best piece of evidence for them on whether or not they want to prosecute or not. That's what you're doing. So as soon as they said, oh my God, there were hundreds of pages in the Southern District of New York that they hid from us, if they hid them, why the fuck did they keep the fucking paperwork? What a stupid fucking conspiracy there. They hid the files from you in a file cabinet called Epstein File List.
You said it, I'm going to quote you here. Gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been. Still stand by that statement.
Yeah, the DSM-5 lists gender dysphoria as a mental illness, yeah. They changed it from gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria, partly because that would make it sound less stigmatizing or whatever, but it's listed alongside all the, now
it's not listed as a mental illness though. I mean, to do that is something that right wingers do. I think specifically to be able to, again, like you just mentioned, stigmatize trans people, but it's not listed as a mental illness. That's a factually incorrect statement to make. It's not.
By the way, listing gender dysphoria as a mental illness is better than listing being trans as a mental illness, because if trans is a mental illness, you have to cure the transness. Gender dysphoria can theoretically be alleviated with hormone treatment, other gender affirming care. So it's an improvement than just listing being trans as a disorder. But gender dysphoria, DSM. DSM-5, criteria for gender dysphoria. A marked incongruence means one's experience slash expected gender, the natural gender of at least 6 months in duration, as manifested by at least 2 of the following. Temperus 2. Transmembrane, serine proteus 2. Oh my God. Oh, it's cleaving me, baby. Oh, cleave me. Oh, cleave my proteins. Sorry.
And the DSM, so in the DSM-5, gender dysphoria is listed as a mental disorder that can arise as a result of extreme stress or distress that comes from one's own gender identity not lining up with what they were.
You just said it's listed as a mental disorder.
No. See, the wording here is very tricky and important. And so it can be diagnosed as a mental disorder, gender dysphoria specifically, and this is not done to stigmatize trans people. It specifically does not list trans people or non-binary people as having a mental illness.
Sorry, hold on.
He didn't say that. He said that just gender dysphoria was diagnosed. Gender dysphoria is not the same as just being trans. Dude, Lance has such a bad understanding of all of these issues. They should just never talk about it. You should at least have to suck one girl cock in your life before. I'm just kidding. Like, I hate all. It's okay. I need to whip out the Factorio again. What is it called? Paragons or Paradorns? What's the like 50,000 hour Factorio mod?
Why is it stigmatizing to have a mental illness?
It's stigmatizing to say that trans people or being trans by definition is itself just a mental illness.
But it's not being trans by definition. It's having gender dysphoria. Those two things are different, unless you're a true scum or a trans medicalist or whatever, which I am, by the way. But you can have a trans person with managed gender dysphoria, and that is managed via hormone care or other forms of gender-affirming treatment.
This is what right-wingers are consistently doing.
No, gender
Tim Pool.
A right-winger is never, ever drawing this distinction. And it's hilarious that you would even think they would know the fucking difference. What?
As himself tweeted that out.
But being trans is not the same as having
gender dysphoria.
Anyway.
Correct.
It's
like,
not.
I just want to
but that's why it's important. Yeah, but it's important to actually identify these things, whether or not they're correct.
He did identify that, though. You're the one that's conflating the two.
And again, it lists experiencing gender dysphoria as a mental disorder. So that's different than your statement. Both statements that you made so far.
What statement? Is that different?
So I feel like you told me, do you stand by this? I said yes. And then you said, no, you're wrong. And then you read me something that just echoed back what I just said. I might need more caffeine, but you got to explain this to me.
So
you're saying it's
so first off, it's not mental illness. It's a mental disorder, right?
I don't actually know if these things are that meaningfully different. I'm not sure, but
we're distinguishing between those two. And then secondly, it's not by definition if you are trans or if you are non-binary, you have a mental disorder either, because that's not what the DSM.
Not.
No, I know, but that's what the implication of that sentence and you then doubling down on it means.
You asked if gender dysphoria in the DSM.
I didn't ask anything. I read you a quote of yourself that you had said out loud. And I said, do you still stand by that?
The quote was...
You said it, I'm going to quote you here. Gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been.
Yes. I don't know if Lance even knows the original statement that he read. I don't know why anybody lets this guy go out and debate with anybody ever. He's actually... very brave and stupid. Actually, just probably more stupid.
Out loud. And I said, do you still stand by that? Even though it's factually incorrect.
It's factually incorrect that the DSM-5 has a condition called gender dysphoria?
See, now you're changing the topic. It's factually incorrect that they list
I don't understand
that they list it as a mental illness. That is not correct.
You're saying it's a mental disorder, not a mental illness.
No, I'm not saying generally that it's a mental disorder.
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, I already knew this. You know this, right? You understand the trick that's going on here is that you can't say anything related to trans, nothing related to trans. It has anything to do with like a disorder or illness at all, because then it's like mean and stigmatizing, which is very strange because if you were conservative, like if I was going to be, if I'm going to be transphobic and a conservative, I would just immediately grant that. And I would say, oh, actually, I agree with you. I don't think any of it is a mental illness at all. I think these people are just fucking crazy. Also, they shouldn't get any drugs, because why would you give people drugs if they don't even have a problem to diagnose? We should treat all hormone therapy as just being recreational use. And if you want to go and abuse hormones or whatever recreationally, you should have to be 18 or older at the very least. So I win that argument automatically on minors doing gender affirming care. And then we have to argue on should the DEA regulate things as narcotics if you're like doing Brazilian anime estrogen or any other type of hormone injection. But like this is such a stupid argument.
I'm saying if you experience gender dysphoria, specifically the DSM-5 says that can be classified as a mental disorder. If you experience gender dysphoria, extreme distress and duress.
Yeah. I don't understand. Sorry, it sounds like we're both saying that being trans is one thing.
Keep saying that we're saying the same thing, but we're not. One obviously is being utilized by the right to stigmatize trans people.
Why do you keep saying what's being utilized when you're still trying to pin down what the fucking definition is? It's because, again, right, you can see him working backwards, right? He doesn't actually give a fuck about what the truth of the matter is or what the fact of the matter is. He just cares, like, how is a thing used poorly? And then he's defining the truth retrospectively or retroactively from there. Not retrospectively, retroactively from there.
This is one of the reasons why people like Tim Pool will frequently make statements where they say, being trans is a mental illness. It's actually in the DSM-5. It says you're
being trans as a mental illness is not the same thing as having gender dysphoria as a mental illness, right? My understanding is as of right now, we don't treat people for being trans. I don't think there's ever been an established way to do that. You treat people with gender dysphoria.
Mentally ill and stuff like that, because they both think that having a mental illness is something worth of stigmatization, and in addition to that, they want to associate that directly with trans people. So I think furthering that idea, especially coming from, again, someone like you, who is not someone who identifies as a right-winger, a far-right extremist, or any of that kind of stuff, it then gives ammunition. Tim Pool can say, well, yeah, Jesse Singal said here that the DSM-5 says it's a mental illness.
What do you think the DSM-5 says gender dysphoria is?
Can we pull up the DSM-5 and just read the actual definitions?
Oh no! Uh-oh.
I'm extremely. You seem like a friendly guy interpersonally, but I'm very.
He's very retarded though.
Confused right now because I feel like you're yelling at me, and I don't. Well, not yelling. You're not yelling at me. Your tone is totally fine. But the DSM.
I was like, I don't believe I've failed once this entire time. But anyways, I'm going to be. I want to pull it up here so we don't get anything mixed up. So it's on table 2. The DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria are marked incongruence between one's experienced and expressed gender and natal gender of at least.
Criteria for gender dysphoria. Criteria for what? What is the criteria laying out? To diagnose it? To diagnose it as what?
6 months in duration, as manifested by at least 2 of the following. A marked incongruence between one's experienced expressed gender, primary and or secondary sex characteristics, or in young adolescents, the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. B, a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and or secondary sex characteristics.
Jesse should just ask him, wait a second, this came out of, which book are you quoting out of? And Lance's like, this is in the DSM-5. And he's like, and he should just say, what does DSM stand for again? Because the DSM stands for, it's the statistic, wait, fuck, what is the S? It's the diagnostic and, it's like statistics manual, I think, for mental disorders. I think that is like the full, wait, hold on, fuck. Wait, let me check real quick. Wait, delete the spot if I'm wrong. The Diagnostic and, oh yeah, okay. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition. That's what you're reading out of. So what are you talking about?
Characteristics because of a marked incongruence with one's experienced and expressed gender, or in young adolescents, or a desire to prevent the development of the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. C, a strong desire for the primary and secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. D, a strong desire to be the other gender, or some.
You're reading some of the criteria for the diagnosis.
Affirmative gender different from one's designated gender. E, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender, or some alternative gender difference from one's assigned gender. And then F, the final one, sorry, this is taking a long time, a strong conviction that one's typical feelings and reactions to other gender or some alternative gender differ from one's designated gender. So this condition is associated clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning.
What does that mean?
So what you just read, those are the criteria for what?
For gender dysphoria.
Which is?
And what is gender dysphoria?
Did you want me to reread the entire thing?
No, those are the diagnostic criteria, you retarded fucking dipshit.
The gender dysphoria is what they determine. Again, gender dysphoria is what they determine, okay, to be someone who is experiencing distress, duress as a result of having.
No, I know.
Distress and duress are 2 of the huge components that usually comes when you're identifying a what.
But what does it reflect that it's listed in the DSM-5? Like, what is
if you experience gender dysphoria, then that is what is classified as a mental disorder.
So what are we talking about here, buddy?
Because they're doing that not to stigmatize it, but in order to allow doctors for the ability for them to diagnose it properly.
That's why it's in the diagnostic manual. Yes, that's what. Yes, you're diagnosing a mental disorder of some kind so that you can treat it somehow.
You get medical attention. So you're saying that distinction is very important. And you keep going back to, I think we're saying the same thing. We're not. The term mental illness is never used at all in the DSM-5 in relation to trans people. And also, being trans or being non-binary is not itself a mental disorder.
Careful. Are trans and non-binary different categories now?
Experiencing gender dysphoria.
That's what he said literally right at the beginning of this. That's literally what he said.
Okay. Do you think gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM-5 as a mental disorder?
Experiencing gender dysphoria is.
Experiencing gender dysphoria is a mental disorder.
You said it, I'm going to quote you here. Gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been.
So
5 as a mental disorder.
Experiencing gender dysphoria is.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we agree, unless I'm confused. Okay. Well, what's the difference between a mental disorder and a mental illness? And we're talking about the symptoms. We're not talking about being trans. I'm also not even
Absolutely.
defending. I'm just saying it's in the DSM, and you won't.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter to you if you call it a mental illness, even though the DSM-5 doesn't call it a mental illness, because you don't see it's a distinction without a difference to you between the two.
The DSM-5 is a list of mental health diagnoses or mental disorders, and one of them is gender dysphoria. In the ICD, they branched it out and they gave it its own category, so it's no longer considered a form of mental disorder. I also I just got to say, as someone with a family history of a fair amount of mental illness and my own struggles, like this idea that let's say gender dysphoria is a mental illness, like that doesn't mean people who have it are any less worthy of everything they deserve in life. I think it's this weird back.
He should just flip this. He should just ask Lance, do you think that depression is a mental illness? And then if Lance says yes, like, why are you stigmatizing depression?
No one is implying that. I mean, that's a very underhanded tactic to try and get away from the fact that you were incorrect about this.
I'm not talking about
it's not about stigmatizing.
He wasn't incorrect, though.
People with mental illness, but it is, again, being utilized and weaponized.
Like, by the way, Lance posted this clip of him just being completely and utterly fucking wrong.
By the right, to the far right in this regard, to try and stigmatize trans people. And this is yet another example where I think that they can use quotes that you've said or statements you've made. And again, it's not coming from a right-winger. It's coming from liberal journalist Jesse Singal.
Okay. Is there a YouTube video of me saying this? I feel like I used this exact same argument. I feel like I said this in debates a couple years ago. Where I was saying, like, if the Epstein files were real, why wouldn't the Biden admin or whatever dump them to show how evil Trump is or whatever? I feel like I used this at least once in a debate. Hey, Destiny, do you know what's the best way to submit, or I'm sorry, do you know what's the best way to resist the seduction from a BPD seductress? My ex keeps texting me. Bang your homies, bro. It's bro job time. Seriously, who gives a fuck about the Epstein files? New talking points. New talking points.
I think about sometimes, many times. It goes, and I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us?
Just as a heads up, even people in my fucking chat, because I've got a lot of Israeli dick sucks here, if you saw some fucking Muslim getting into a fucking airplane, quoting the Quran, okay, as they were holding guns and about to go, you would be on some fucking Houthi shit. This is fucking unhinged and crazy and fucking this is wild. Bro, you would be losing your fucking mind over this. But because they're white and Christian, it's A-O-fucking-K.
There's a Bible verse I think about sometimes, many times. It goes, and I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us?
Oh, and they got the Shaheed and everything playing in the back.
And I said, here am I. Send me.
Nasheed, not Shaheed. Sorry, I don't know the fucking. What is a Shaheed? Is that a real thing? I feel like there are like 6 letters that Muslims use to describe every part of their, like the ummah, the muha, like I feel like there's like it's all like the same fucking word. It's like Mexican food. They have like 4 ingredients and they make 7 trillion different things with it. Like what's the difference between the ingredients like an enchilada and a taco? Well, it's the same shit. Just one goes in the oven and it's just a little bit different. Like okay, dude. This is unhinged. You're mixing Islam up with the Fremen from Dune? Can I? Fuck. Okay, I need a soy for 2 seconds, okay? I stand by my take that Dune 1 was a super meh movie. Oh my god, it was so fucking meh. Dune 2 is a very good movie. Dune 2 is fucking epic and based, okay? It was way better. Dune 2 is worse? You're such a loser. Also, if you've ever watched any superhero movie, literally ever, every superhero movie is always on some like inclusivity, soy, like outsiders, you know, should be welcomed and loved. I don't know how you could ever watch anything or be a comic fan or superhero fan. Like, that's what the origination of like all of this shit is always this. I don't know how you can not get that. I don't know. Listen, when you watch Oppenheimer and fixate on Reddit memes, okay, I can't help it if, oh my god, hold on, this is my favorite scene in Oppenheimer. This was so fucking sick. Oh my god. Do you remember when they were in front of the board and then they were like, oh my god, we looked at the equations and it could set the atmosphere on fire? Oh my god, it was my favorite. I'm sorry. God, I hate that fucking movie. God, that's such a dog shit fucking movie. Oppenheimer was so fucking bad. Oh god, it was such a bad movie. Okay. Oh shit. Do I want to? Okay, so there's another streamer person. I'll do this for 2 minutes, okay? Just because it's. I wonder, did this person make an album for me? Hold on. Okay, so there's a streamer who used to be popular for doing cosplay stuff, and then selling OnlyFans shit for fucking herself. Although she's tried to delete most of it off the internet. The Kelly Milkies? No. Kelly. Oh my god. I just sucked back 20 years into the StarCraft past. Kelly Jean, the cosplayer. For some reason, she's trying to like rebrand herself as like a public intellectual now. And I guess she has become hyper fixated on. Fuck, hold on, I gotta scroll up. She's become hyper fixated on saying that I'm an idiot because I called
the baby. You mean the
fuck, I don't remember what it was. I called some element unstable, and she's like, "It's not actually unstable. It's reactive." And then she did like a 30-minute science stream yesterday. And it's just like it's the funniest, it's the craziest. Like, remember the meme I said, like, when people hate me, they just go like completely overboard? Like, her and Jessica are like, he doesn't even know where this is on the periodic table. Like, 1 minute after Jessica's like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about chemistry at all. It's just, this is the funniest. This is just the funniest. I don't even know if I call this a crash out. It's just so fucking bizarro. Hold on, I gotta see. I don't remember what time does this start?
Right?
Well,
and then a bunch of people going like,
attempt.
that's awesome. Is psychosexual obsession with Kelly Jean that did not take like a lot of chemistry. I don't know anything about chemistry.
Oh, so here's.
Loved it. W that guy.
This guy is actually fucking retarded and doesn't know anything. And the more he speaks about literally any subject that he hasn't spent.
By the way,
So she was a doctor, she's a lawyer, and now she's a chemist / physicist /
I didn't pay attention in chemistry. I think I got a decent mark in high school chemistry, but I did not take like a lot of chemistry. I don't know anything about chemistry. So if you hear me say, "Oh, I have no idea about that," it's because I'm a retard.
Like weeks or.
Do you think?
So the only thing I would.
And then also because I said she's getting fat, which she is. You can tell by the way she positions her camera. Now she's gone back to having a live camera on all of her streams to try to prove that she's not fat. I guess.
Expect here is there's no way Destiny would spend time trying to prove that he was correct over Kelly, right? There's no way his ego is fragile enough that he'd have to go and prove that he was correct and Kelly G was wrong.
I also love it's the counter of like the relentlessly like being unhinged and talking shit and doing weird stuff, and then if the person ever responds like, oh well actually it's because that person is upset and they have a fragile ego. She did a whole, and she's been like arguing all day in her in the Discord over this too, because apparently a guy who I guess has a degree in molecular biology showed up, and he's like, I don't know why you're saying this, Kelly. I don't think you're necessarily correct here. And she's been like fucking soy freaking the fuck out over.
Only thing I would expect here is there's no way Destiny would spend time trying to prove that he was correct over Kelly, right? There's no way his ego is fragile enough that he'd have to go and prove that he was correct and Kelly G was wrong.
3 times.
I think when she's thinking sodium, she's thinking like do you think she's just thinking of like table salt? Or
Because that's a compound. He's trying to figure it out himself.
yeah, I said fluoride and not sodium as well, but I mean it's from the same
Fluoride
column,
isn't in
it?
the periodic table. He means fluorine. He does this several times for some reason.
Oh, well, we love a pedantic queen, Kelly. Thank you.
I also, one of my favorite things, this happens here too. I like to showcase this too. So ordinarily people like Cherry or Kelly just to go and fight with them like crazy, but he has to do this thing where he has to like rein it in hardcore to give them free reign because they're there just to shit on me. One of those moments is happening right now. So he makes the joke that she's being pedantic.
We do.
What do you call this? Wait, like, do you call them columns?
They just put an element in the water? That's fucking crazy.
Do you
guys.
call these columns? Here's a good start.
Oh wait, fuck, is it not here? They have an argument for, they go back and forth for like 2 minutes on whether or not it's pedantic. Maybe it's coming in the future. Group. Okay, group, my bad.
Oh, but also, fluorine is not in the same group.
No, it's not in the same group. It's just simply in the periodic table. He said fluoride.
Yeah, so,
Which is
but
in
even
the-
if you meant fluorine, I didn't say it about, sodium, I said about fluorine or something.
Yeah,
It's
he
like a totally different
mentions
group.
fluorine and says, this is my side, I think. Well, he kind of floats over neon and fluorine, so I don't know.
Okay.
What level of hate watching is this? I don't know. Especially right after Gisticle is like, yeah, I don't know fuck all about chemistry. And he's like, and he says fluorine instead of fluoride. He mixes it up.
Wait, did he float? There's no way he moused over francium. Hold on, he like looks.
He really is very...
There's a central point that I want to bring this up at the end of this like 5 minutes that kind of ties in other stuff I talked about before. It's the funniest part of this whole thing to me. We'll see if anybody gets
Very
it.
lost.
Okay.
Is he like because he's gonna argue that things in this group, like I was arguing about fluorine, but it's the same group or whatever, right? It's not. Well, he said fluoride, but he clearly didn't mean fluoride because he was trying to correct on compound anyway, right? So, but then he went down. He was like, "Where's the F that I was talking about?"
That's not how it works. Yeah. Oh, the gulping again. Disgusting.
Directly into the microphone.
Ugh. Grim. He's taking so long.
She said that to her there is a difference between unstable and radioactive.
No, there isn't. I said
What does that have to do
unstable
with
and
anything,
reactive.
So this whole thing started because I mentioned something about, I think it was sodium being like highly, I think I said like volatile and unstable. And I don't know if when that Chernobyl series came out, she decided to read something about like stability of nuclei or something. And so in her mind, she's like, oh my God, he said unstable. but that has to do with radioactive decay and not reactivity for a particular thing. So she goes on this whole thing of...
and he doesn't know what that... Unstable is radioactive.
But it's so funny because, and I'll explain at the end of this, by the way, my chemistry sucks. So I like how they're like, oh, he's got such a huge ego. But there are some things that I remember conceptually about chemistry, which explains basically everything I'm talking about here. And if she had any conceptual understanding of the periodic table of elements, she would know exactly what I'm talking about, but she doesn't. So it's just very funny watching them go through this.
Wow.
And he doesn't understand how those two things are connected. They are the same fucking thing.
So he's further showing his ignorance here, guys. Wow.
Groups or columns that are more radioactive on the periodic table. Maybe there are, but I've never heard that before. Or I mean, it might be true. I don't know anything about that. Reread it. Read it again.
You guys are gonna learn, okay? You don't want to be this stupid.
She said that to her.
You get
there
this
is a
old to
difference
be this
between
stupid.
Unstable.
Okay, I'm helping you not be this guy.
And reactive. Oh. I mean, I guess maybe like unstable might imply radioactive.
Yes. Unstable is radioactive. Reactive is two things combining.
Wow.
Two very different terms in chemistry.
The bottom side
they don't mean
is
similar things at all.
Oh. Isn't everything in that column? Hold on, what does he say? Oh, I'll read the chat messages after.
Based. I was too lazy to Google Scholar this, but I'm sure we could find at least one paper where somebody refers to something in the in that leftmost group as being unstable and like volatile and reactive, and it's obviously not talking about the stability in terms of radioactive decay, but which element on the periodic table is the most electronegative? I think it's fluorine, which is why I thought it was in that leftmost group. I guess if you're unaware, and they don't ever pick up on this because I don't know if they just wiki certain things, but like all of my understanding, the only understanding that I have left of chemistry was just whatever I say, like I memorize things. Like if I have a conceptual foundation to it, then I can kind of remember some things, but if I'm just like memorizing discretely, I won't remember things discretely. But it's funny because like if you have any idea how this works, then I feel like you would pretty easily understand like why am I looking for fluorine over here and why am I talking about these things being unstable. The more correct word might be reactive. I guess it's reactive. But the periodic table of elements, you can infer a lot of would you say chemical properties? You can infer a lot of properties for how these things interact with each other because this is laid out in a way that has to do with a lot of the like properties of the element itself. So I'm pretty sure everything here on the left has in all of your bullshit, you have your nucleus and you've got like little electrons that go around. Your electron clouds, I think is what they call them, or no, orbits. There were letters for these, but I don't remember them. Is it 2, 8? Is it 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 8? I don't remember. There's names for these shells, but I'm pretty sure all the guys over here on the left, I think they all have +1 electrons. So all of their shells are full. I think in general, they like to fill their shells with electrons, but they have 1 extra electron to give, which makes everything over here highly reactive because they really, really, really want to give away their electron. They want to give it to something else. It's like a huge property of this stuff, which is why a lot of this stuff is very reactive and not unstable. So like if you were to look up like potassium, so like if the number is 19 here, electron shells, Wikipedia. Proposed configurations. Does anybody remember so like here, so the first shell is 2. Okay, so that means you can fill up 2 in your outer ring. Then the next one is 6, and then the next one is 10,
right? So that would mean that at 2, 6, and 10, right, you have 18 electrons. The prediction for this element, it would probably be very, very, very stable, or not reactive, right? And so I think when you go over to this part of the periodic table, these guys over here, noble gases, I think are what they're called, right? I think these guys are all generally non-reactive to things because all of their shit is full. See, like helium has 2, neon has 2 plus whatever the next one is, 6. Wait. Oh, wait, fuck, I added these wrong. I'm sorry. It's, oh, no, wait. No, I didn't. Wait, is it 2, 4, 4, 4? Is it like that? It's 8 in the outermost orbital. Sorry. It's 2, 4, 4, 4. But it's, sorry, the math ends up working out the same. Ooh, it's dangerous. But all of these guys have all of their electron shells full. That's basically that's what I'm trying to say, okay? I don't remember what the... Oh, no, wait, I was right. Oh, wait, well, I can just look and check. So if neon is atomic number 10, it should have 10 electrons in its default configuration, and it does, so fuck you. These are suborbitals. It's still 2, 4, 8 or whatever. Okay, whatever it is. Whatever it is, they got all the electrons they want. These guys want to give one away. That's all I know, okay? I thought fluorine was over here because I remember fluorine is like super reactive. But so my assumption is, oh, I guess fluorine must be one of these guys, which is why I was looking for it over here. I don't have this fucking memorized. Also, I don't, I hated chemistry. I think I've said that most times. Chemistry is I hate this fucking subject. But the fact that they managed to, one, they don't pick up on, I don't think they know any of the like properties of any of the things here, which is why they're just, it's all just like random elements. And then they spend like 20 minutes hate watching me go just like talking about a random thing.
Do you mean to say fluorine or fluoride? I meant to say fluoride or die in your mom's.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't know.
One of those is the element, and then one is a molecule with a couple of them.
No, it's not a
2 of them,
molecule.
maybe? Which one is the...
I don't remember what fluorides are. It's fluorine plus something else. There's probably a bunch of different configurations, maybe. I don't know. But, fluorine. But I mean, like, if you're going to say it's not a molecule, I think a molecule is any 2 atoms. Like O2, I'm pretty sure, because oxygen will bind with itself. I think O2, I think, would be considered a molecule. I don't remember 100%, but just the insane level of...
fluoride.
It's an ion.
I don't remember now.
I don't know what ion has to do with being a molecule or not. I'm pretty sure you can have a single atom that is an ion, right? Meaning plus or minus an electric charge, because it's...
Now you're making me...
Oh, is it really?
Ionic bonds.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Ionic bonds aren't considered
not even over there,
to
though.
be a molecule.
Fluoride...
Ionic bonds, metallic bonds.
Oh, can fluoride exist on its own as an ion? As a single... Oh, maybe it might be able to. I don't remember. Like I said, I fucking hate chemistry. But
Some compound bonds.
Wow.
That are covalent bonds that usually are.
So, like, all you have to do here is say, by the way, just so you guys know, okay? All you have to do here is say, oh, yeah, I don't know anything about chemistry, is probably wrong. Right? That's all you gotta do. But because it's Kelly who said it, he's gotta dig into the stream segment. And Kelly just likes to highlight that, okay? So
her name is Destiny is Fat. Yeah, because we found out now that apparently Justical was feeling really bad about his weight when Kelly coached him like 4 months ago. I think when his picture got leaked to go to the gym and stuff and see a therapist. And I think that's when Kelly started to attack me for being fat, I guess.
So I want you guys to remember what we're doing this for.
That is the entire reason. The only reason why we're doing this is because he's bothered by it, right? I would not be doing this otherwise. But the fact that he spoke about this 3 times and also in
4 times now. I like how the admission is that she's going to come on and hijack like 40 minutes of his content just because of how mad it makes me. And then meanwhile, Kelly has been literally debating in their Discord server like for days about this subject with people in the Discord. Load 87 more images. Oh no. I look forward to him accusing me of scamming the government again. I don't know why he makes me so powerful. Oh, making fun of my girlfriend again. Don't look at her tattoos. Every woman he's been with is more attractive than he deserves because he is a doughy, balding fatso. I like how they have to make a carve out, though, for the women that I've fucked at that server, because then it's shitting on them, obviously. So they have to like say, oh, but like, oh no, Zoe, she's like really pretty though. It's just like so fucking crazy. The unhingedness. Girl, I think you sound smart as fuck. You sound like you have a brain I would love to pick just because of the fascinating answers. This is Hannah, the girl that tried to trap me into saying some retarded shit on Discord, who's filled out an affidavit against me. And then I love the statements like this. How do you not at least remember unstable elements are mostly the man-made elements at the later end of the table that quickly break down, or that an element being unstable means it's radioactive? Like, it's such a weirdly bizarre thing to say that if somebody were to say, oh, I think sodium is kind of unstable, like if your mind instantly were to go to unstable, like radioactive, it's like, well, it's sodium, right? It's in that, I don't know what it's called, but it's in that +1 electron group. They're probably talking about it, gives away an electron, it's very reactive. I don't know where you would go to. I don't know if any of the, fuck, I'm not gonna remember. It's like the first 100 elements, I think all occur in nature except for like two of them, because they're all generally pretty stable. And then for the later elements, we can like create an element by just shoving more and more protons, I think, into a thing. But they're super unstable and they decay in like nanoseconds or microseconds or something. So they're not like, I don't even know if you'd say they're real elements, but well, I mean they are, I guess. If it can exist, it can exist. Oh, nice. I didn't even notice this. Alzheimer's jokes. I hope he never gets a fake disease that affects his memory at any point. That would be bad. I would let him know that erythromelalgia can be caused by a gain-of-function mutation in the SCN9A gene, but unfortunately he thinks it's a fake disease I just made up. Destiny trying to learn about gain-of-function when he doesn't have a basic understanding of anything is quite funny. But if I didn't know anything about chemistry, I wouldn't bring up the periodic table and gesture wildly and say X elements are unstable or volatile when they are not. She uses ChatGPT for reasoning? Yeah, I remember when she posted that on Twitter. Some guy apparently shows up in there. Some guy apparently shows up in their Discord, or maybe he's always been in there. I don't know who this guy is. I never said sodium wasn't unstable, but stability and reactivity go hand in hand. If a chemical is unstable, more often than not, it's very reactive. Stability of a molecule can drive reactivity because of its innate high energy state. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know enough about. And so Kelly starts arguing with this guy. No, they don't. An element can have a stable isotope or an unstable isotope and be reactive or unreactive. There is no correlation. They affect nothing, or they affect different parts of the atom. That's why when you're gesturing like an idiot, it's so important to specify what you mean, as conflation of these two concepts leads to people saying stupid things. AI is also notoriously bad because people won't be clear without language, LOL. Oh, she's mad because she asked ChatGPT earlier whether or not unstable and reactive meant the same thing. And it was like, yeah, you can use these interchangeably. And so she's like, oh, AI is not reliable here. Although when it came to my legal stuff, she was very keen on copy pasting ChatGPT. So, but for this stuff, it's apparently not reliable. Kelly, I have told you earlier, there are different uses for the word stable. Sodium is unstable and highly reactive, partly because of how sodium's valence orbital is unfilled. It has one electron when a full shell would have two, making its electronegativity state unstable and highly reactive because of its unstable electron configuration. And then, wait. I get so many random screenshots. I don't think I have the one. She tries to pull credentials on the guy or like ask him like, what even is your background or whatever? And I think he said like, I have a bachelor's in like molecular chemistry or something. Or I don't even know if it's a real thing. And then she just gets super ass pain. Oh, wait. Fuck. It might be on this album. Hold on. I'm an autist and we were too poor to have a PC and internet when I was a kid, so I read whatever books were in the house. My mom's ex-partner had A-level science books. I just can't believe that they spent so much time talking about me. It's so unhinged. Oh. The Minds guy did not attend the science lesson yesterday. I have a degree in biochemistry. I learned this shit painstakingly. No shot. Biochemistry? Oh shit. Post-degree pussy. There's no way. Post it. Is an element in the periodic table is being gestured to and called unstable, and it is not unstable because it has at least one stable isotope, and the idiot in question actually meant reactive, then yes, they are very wrong. I also love how all of they do this on my Kiwi Farms thread too. They all do these like weird exclamation mark things. They all type like Jiztiggle talks. In this case, 100% of all sodium on Earth is a compound of a completely stable form of naturally existing sodium, LOL. Calling sodium unstable makes you very stupid, exclamation mark. I'm so confused. Did you ever claim to be an expert in chemistry? No, not at all. This all stems from, I think on stream, I made some comment about how I thought, I think I said something, I thought sodium was very unstable and volatile. I said something like that. And then for some reason, she felt the need to like hone in on that statement a ton. ChatGPT can actually understand the difference between unstable and reactive, but Google AI can't, LOL. I tested it. I'll post it here. Give me a couple minutes to log into my uni email. You are simply losing on the basis of not knowing the context, brother. I give up on this one. Destiny couldn't see fluorine on the periodic table with a big F, so he had to Google it. It's a level of hate watching. Here's Stacia. Remember, these people are so afraid of me that they won't be witnesses in the case, but they have no problem talking about me 24/7 in this Discord. He's also forcing his audience to learn about COVID conspiracy theories, so they already hate him for watching 3 hours of videos of what gain-of-function gene mutations are. I don't even know what gain-of-function gene mutations. Okay. I'm not using it in a broad way at all. You are advocating for using it in a broad way yourself. I'm using the correct definition of nuclearly unstable. It must be radioactive. Unstable and reactive are not the same thing. Yes, but in organic chemistry, especially stability, is also used to describe the driving force behind why some elements or compounds react with other compounds or elements. For instance, in organic chemistry, there are reactions where high-energy intermediates are formed and referred to as unstable due to their high-energy state. In this context, stability isn't referring to nuclear stability, but energy hybridization stability. Oh, actually, that must be true, because when we learned about the spike protein, I think it uses the phrase, I think it's called thermodynamically stable. Maybe that refers to all kinds of energy, that there are some configurations that are more stable or less stable or whatever. And that's not talking about the radioactivity at all, obviously. The Minds guy did not attend the science lesson yesterday. Wait, are these out of order? I have a degree in biochemistry. Maybe the person repeated these. Imagine believing everything Destiny says. He also said I'm fat. Is that true? Anyway, here, oh. Oh no, he posted his degree. Apparently I even have BPD. Have I ever said Stacy's BPD? Wait, is this all because he said unstable instead of reactive? Yeah, I described, I don't even know what the context was. I don't know fuck all about chemistry. I fucking hate chemistry. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just it's so funny how obsessive. He's arguing that in chemistry, for chemically reactive, they use the term unstable as well. I don't know if I've ever argued that ever. I don't know what the fuck they say in chemistry. I literally have no idea. But in the context it was used, and my general annoyance with people conflating these two very different things, is me being pedantic. Do you actually think my argument is? Stability doesn't just refer to nuclear stability, Kelly. It is a general principle in chemistry that the more a charge is dispersed, the more stable is the species carrying the charge. Okay. Carbocation, structure, and stability. If you can't get the point across with a nuclei versus valence shell, just let it go before you annoy yourself to a mini stroke. Do you actually think it's my argument? It has to be, because the most abundant form of sodium that makes up 100% of what is on Earth is not of an unstable isotope. The nucleus is stable. You would have to specify unstable to mean chemically reactive, which is why you are yapping about electrons, which are what is better to specify as reactive and not unstable at all, or the differentiation in language is non-existent. Also, you're continuing to ignore the context actually used for some reason. Why do you keep going back to nuclear stability? My argument is there's multiple meanings for stability because the fucking context I've given you that you have ignored 3 times. No, LOL. The context is Destiny being a retard and gesturing at the periodic table without knowing anything. He brought up the Penrose thing again too, which is very mad. The entire crux of my argument is that there's multiple uses for stability in chemistry. Claiming that reactivity and stability are completely different terms from each other and have no bearing on each other is ridiculous. Stability and reactive are so closely aligned that they essentially always follow the same trends, especially in organic chemistry. Is that true? I have no idea. That's true. You are being equally retarded by doubling down by saying stability only means one super hyper-specific thing in the entire field of chemistry when it doesn't. When you talk to any chemist ever and refer to something as stable, they're going to ask you to clarify what you mean by stable because the term isn't a binary. It's a sliding scale of how a compound behaves based on multiple different parts of an element or compound, whether that be nuclear stability, electron configuration, or stereochemistry. I don't know what stereochemistry means. I'm not being retarded. The guy confused fluoride and fluorine and called fluorine a molecule. He also called the same elements highly volatile. None of them were highly volatile either. But wait, well, sodium is. Are we going to argue that next? Sodium is incredibly volatile. Does she not believe that either? None of them are highly volatile either. If that doesn't have a context clue, I don't know what to tell you. You do realize fluorine is highly volatile, right? It easily enters a gaseous state, right? He was talking about sodium. And several others, I would have to check LeMayo. They are mid at most, not highly volatile at all. Oh shit, I didn't even read this far down. What? In fact, he said, everyone else's community is like this. Hovers over fluorine. He said fluorine was like his ops communities and that they were better LeMayo. He called his community highly unstable and highly volatile sodium, and then said the other communities were less like this. This is why the context is important both. I'm not defending what Destiny said, I'm just saying you're just as pedantically retarded. He said some objectively incorrect things, so yes, I will correct them because it will bother him, and he sits around lying about me, so why not? Oh, she's mad because we call her out now for, she made a fake rape accusation against her ex, Henry, probably because she was mad about getting shot down by so many guys because everybody in the industry realized that she was fucking insane. And then he came out and he corrected the record on it. Was he the one who she tried to break into his house after for not talking to her again, or was that a different guy afterwards? I forget. Except you tried to overcorrect so hard, you said just as retarded shit, LeMayo. Nothing I said was retarded at all. I just made clear what he was wrong about. I feel like the exclamation mark on their server is like the new smiley face. Destiny, he posted his degree and she just demeaned him and kept arguing. What's wrong with these people? Well, so they have to have, remember, like the whole thing about like certain narratives and stories about me that they all have to perpetuate. The only reason I bring this up and the annoying thing is that, so if you join these servers, you always have to side with them about everything. And this is where this is like the anti-fan manufacturing plant. This is where they come from. Because if you spend enough time in this server, they will constantly harp on you. You have to eventually bend to them, or you'll either get banned from the server, or you end up repeating everything they say. I love the obsession with like not caring. I just think it's hilarious that Destiny can't not try to disprove Kelly while trying to make it look like he doesn't care, laughing. He should name himself, yeah, to Cherry's Dr. K. True. He can't help himself. It's so funny. Did this guy really just show up to piss himself over Kelly correcting Destiny's chemistry term usage? Imagine the level your life has to be at. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, after you guys have been talking about it in your Discord for days now, weeks.
DGG twice as well. It's just it is fight driven, yes. But I also want to make sure that you guys are not this stupid.
Because he linked the streamable himself. Yeah. Was it before the stream? It must have been before the stream. He linked the streamable himself and was like, wait, am I retarded not understanding something? Isn't everything in that column of the periodic table highly reactive?
He didn't say reactive, though. I have a...
Like, the hyperfixation on this one word is so obviously fucking retarded.
Clip of him saying reactive, right? Highly unstable, highly volatile. Sodium is not unstable. 100% of all of, like, the sodium you find on Earth is the stable isotope of sodium. There is only one naturally occurring unstable isotope of sodium, and it is trace amounts. Every other unstable isotope of sodium is man-made, synthetic. We use one for, like, PET scans, and that has, even that only has, like, a half-life of 2.5 years. Okay? So...
Okay.
All of the sodium you're ever going to see in your life is stable, but it's also a compound, like it's salt, right? Salt is a compound.
Is she thinking of the elements that we've created that only exist for nanoseconds? Is she actually retarded?
No, she's not. No, the compound, okay, the isotope.
Like, when I say that, does she not realize that the super unstable elements are, like, I shouldn't call them fictitious, but the man-made ones at the very end, does she not realize that's what I'm even referring to? I have no idea.
There's an isotope of sodium, which is unstable. Well,
I don't know why she's so hell-bent on talking about isotopes of I have no idea anything about isotopes of sodium. It's just such a weird fixation on an offhanded comment.
10 also, I think. I can't remember how many it has. All of those are radioactive because they're unstable, right? You would not want to turn the sodium that we use for PET scans into salt, but you could make a compound salt of that same sodium. But if you ate it, you'd probably get cancer. So I wouldn't recommend it because it would be...
What is the sodium isotope? What does it even decay into? Can something decay back into, like, just an ordinary... Like, can an isotope decay back into, like, the default stock element, or... Yes? What is the sodium isotope decay into? Does it just decay back into, like, the ordinary... Does it even matter?
Emitting radiation, right? Probably don't make radioactive salt. Wouldn't be my recommendation.
Google sodium decay paths? I don't even know what sodium isotope... Most common.
Yes, I just said it's a compound,
isotope.
BB poison. That's what that is. That's a sodium chloride is a compound. Yes.
Kelly is differentiating, guys.
Are you confused?
Kelly does not think that sodium by itself is the same as sodium chloride.
Yes, I'm saying I wouldn't recommend making that compound and eating it. But you could if you wanted to. Although you might get a bit in trouble doing that, but anyway.
There is no second.
Yeah, Gaelic, that's the weird pedantry Kelly's
sodium 24.
I'm not being pedantic.
No, you are being pedantic,
These
but it's
really
because Destiny's...
Oh, this is the pedantic argument.
Yeah, Gaelic, that's the weird pedantry Kelly's...
Oh, it decays into magnesium.
I'm not being pedantic.
No, you are being pedantic, but it's because Destiny's trying to call you retarded when you're correct, right? It's like you know the technical details of something, and somebody's like, "Oh, you're a retard," and so you're like, "No,
pedantic would be pointing out something that's not important within the context of something. The things that he's saying, I believe to be important, so I don't feel like I'm being pedantic. I am bringing this up to annoy him because it's annoyed him." But I'm not being pedantic or nitpicky. Unstable and reactive are like two entirely different things. Like, unstable is like the nucleus, right? And reactivity is the electrons. Yes. these are two different things. One is chemical reaction. Yeah, I don't know. That's not being pedantic. You can't. You also say you've got an
I did not mean
unstable
to imply
element.
that you might be pedantic and get into a pedantic argument over pedantry.
This is not
here we are.
pedantry. This is teaching, because he doesn't know the fundamentals of the things that he's speaking about. There's also another reason of why I wanted to mention that. But
That's fine. Oh, I just
Anyway,
no. This is
it's
just funny
fine.
because this is just incredibly funny to me because
Incredibly funny.
this would be nothing if Destiny could just go, you know what? I didn't really know what I was saying. I don't really know.
Just to be clear, the very first thing I was like, I don't fuck all with chemistry. I still maintain that. I really don't. But
Yep.
words have
instead-
meaning. Exactly what that
Instead, he had
guy
to be like,
said.
Kelly's
And in the-
wrong.
she is retarded.
And
yeah.
scientifically, the meanings are more important. Colloquially, okay, if you
Like, I like how she's doing this here. Scientifically, it's very important. No one here is talking about like a paper we're publishing, bro. I made a comment that some communities were very reactive. That's literally it. That was all it was.
you use reactive and unstable in a sentence, they'd be interchangeable. Which is why if you were to Google, is sodium stable, it would probably say no, because it's reactive. Because it doesn't differentiate.
Does she have any degrees or anything? No. She just has a bunch of fake medical issues that she uses to scam the government out of disability money while she abuses alcohol every day on the stream and then sells pictures of her tits to people to fund her whatever the government doesn't pay for.
Between these two terms, because it's an AI bot that doesn't understand what you're saying. So, yes. Kelly, don't misspeak, otherwise you will never live it down. Have I done so far? Why would I? Because I know what I'm talking about.
We continue with video? I think so.
Yes, go for it.
Oh, there he is. What?
Oh, he had to Google fluorine to find out where fluorine was on the.
Does he not have eyes?
Like, what are we doing here?
He literally,
it's like a big old F there on the screen.
9, and then he goes,
Oh, there it is.
there it is.
What? What do you want in? Okay, here. No, here. No, don't run out again. No, here, look. You can have the bathroom door open. Here. You're not. There's literally nothing in here.
Cat's trying to save him from speaking further. This cat has tried to save him so many times. It's not. Can't.
Why is knowing chemistry so important now? I'm so confused. There's a lot of things that Kelly is insecure about. So she wants to pretend that people like her for more than just her spamming lewds or whatever, or trying to show up on streams and looking hot. Although now she's stuck between a weird place because she has to show up on streams to show that she's not fat, even though she's angling her camera and hiding her stomach because she has gotten fat, which is why she makes fun of me for it when my weight hasn't changed for the past 2 years. But part of that also is she also has to show not only is she not fat, she's also very intelligent. And the reason why people like her is because she's intelligent and funny and not just because she spams lewds or cosplay pics. So she's doing like a science segment to show everybody how fucking stupid I am and retarded I am and how smart she is and base she is.
Wow.
Fluoride. Boy. Yes, this guy he's picked
Anion.
salt
there were
and
anions and
toothpaste
cations,
to
right? I
argue
don't remember
about.
any of that shit is. What?
I understand not knowing what a lot of other elements that we really don't see in real life mean, but like some of the stuff that you interact with on a daily basis, I feel like probably you should know how it fucking works.
Like, what does that comment mean? If you interact with an element or a compound on a daily basis, you should know all the underlying chemical First of all, I don't ever interact with unbounded fucking sodium at any point in my life. Well, maybe I have at one point. I don't know. Like, there's just like so many weird like pseudo intellectual statements made. Like, how could you not know the underlying properties of the isotopes of a element that you? And it's like,
OMG, Destiny doesn't have the periodic table memorized. That's not what the criticism is. The criticism is when he goes, you know what? Kelly's wrong. I wasn't talking about sodium. I was talking.
And then I like how Cherry's like mental rapist has to try so hard to defend Kelly, the stream rapist's honor,
to keep the segment going. This whole interaction is just, it's very, very, very entertaining to me.
About fluoride.
If I had more time, I would hate watch the stream all day, okay?
And it's like, he doesn't know where it is on the table. His argument, I believe, was supposed to be, oh, it's part of the same group. But he didn't know where it was on the table.
It's not even on the table.
That's why it's funny.
It's fluorine.
That's why it's funny.
It's so silly. Yeah.
Okay.
Fluoride turns the frogs gay. Damn true.
I think it's almost done.
You guys are so mad because I'm making you learn.
You lovely pill. Now the Dagdamites.
Okay, there's no more of this.
Maybe that was the end of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Unquote. Who hangs out with people IRL?
Is this the one? Wait, which one do you want, Kelly? You gotta tell me.
I mean, we can watch that one since you've already pressed play. Yeah.
They hate. Strange man. Just makes him look weird, not me. Does she not remember? Didn't we go over this at the time? When I went to that hay festival thing in Wales, she literally invited herself to that. Like, what the fuck? She ruined my whole... I wanted to talk to the
That's
Penrose
not
guy.
true.
She ruined
By the
all of
way.
it. Oh my God, kill me. What was her fucking question? I had some... Because I sat and I listened to an hour of him and another person, another physicist talk. I don't remember what they were talking about. I had some question about his presentation and I couldn't ask it because Kelly asked him a Googleable question and sat there and listened for 30 minutes until I just had to fucking leave. Like Kelly understands any of that. Was it about the double
can we
slit experiment?
pause?
If so, let's
Pause.
Can you
Pause.
imagine saying Kelly didn't understand all of that when he thought fluoride was on the periodic table and you called sodium unstable? And you're like, oh, Kelly is the one that doesn't understand things here. She couldn't possibly... I wasn't talking about the double split experiment either. I was talking about another duality in particle physics.
I'm sorry. My bad. I don't know why that just came out. Of course.
And I linked him this fucking article and tried to explain it to him. But he was too dim to understand what I was saying.
Do I have my... What did she even link me? How long ago was this? Oh, fuck. I don't even know what... Oh, no, because her Discord got banned for the whatever child shit. What would a message have been that she'd sent me that I would remember? That I could look up a message from. Fuck. What was the city that... What was the city that hay festival thing was in? Maybe she would have sent me that. Leeds, hay on way. She might have wiped her DMs with me. I'm not sure. Didn't you archive everything for court? Kelly's account got banned a long time ago. And I don't know if I would have even archived our conversation because she has nothing to do with anything. Fuck, what would a message have been that she sent me?
But I also wasn't having like an argument with him at the time. It's just he walked off mid-conversation. But also, it was a public...
I walked off because she was talking to him because she ended up taking like 20 minutes of his time. And I'm like, this is get me the fuck out of here.
event that I wanted to go to anyway because Zizek was there. And I stayed like longer and went to go watch his thing the next day. And he also messaged me before I went because I messaged him saying, oh, I'm thinking of going to this event. And before he left, or maybe just as he got there, he messaged me saying, oh, are you coming or are you there? One of the two. So
Oh, it's so cringe. So my contention is like she tried to invite herself basically. And I like how she cites me trying to be like polite as evidence of me wanting to be there. So I think she messaged me about coming or whatever, and I was like, oh, fuck. And then I think after I got to the festival and I was already there, then I responded to her message like, "Oh hey, are you here yet, or did you end up coming or whatever?" because I didn't want to set up anything in advance. Because oh fuck, but she was there on her own, so I was like, well fuck me. But I like how she cites that as like evidence of.
So I feel like if you didn't want to see someone, you probably wouldn't message them that. I don't know, just saying. But yeah. Why does Kelly has to have this retarded will to come off super smart?
True.
Okay.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Nothing I've said really in the last 10 minutes or however long this has been anything you wouldn't know if you weren't asleep during like high school science lessons. You learn what a compound is when you're like 11 or 12. I don't know what to say. The fact that he doesn't know like basic ass shit doesn't make me smart. It makes him stupid. I'm pointing.
Hold on. Destiny, you kept her on your stream for years, retard. What is this cope for? I already explained this. I've said it in DMs, pretty sure to multiple people, and I ended up saying this on stream, and it ended up being true. The reason why there is I didn't mind playing League with Kelly. And maybe for a little bit after that, it was fine. This is like fucking 8 years ago. But the problem with Kelly is that there were a few people, Kelly and Lav are two of them. I call them Discord queens. These are usually unemployed women that make money through either disability or men paying for pics of their tits or whatever, who will sit on Discord literally all fucking day. They will sit on Discord all day and shit on you, and they will become permanent fucking haters. And the reason why I didn't eject, because the closest I came to ejecting Kelly from Orbit, I think, before I actually did, I think was over the honest stuff. Because like, this is just, you're insanely fucking unhinged. But even at that, I because I knew, but I knew that this would happen because this is exactly why. So it's just there are certain types of people in life that are annoying to pick up as a celebrity influencer or whatever, and they're like the obsessive people with nothing going on in their lives. So Kelly's one of those people who will forever be somebody for the next like decade who will hang around in Discords and just constantly talk about me. Like you saw that Imager album. That's not just today. This has been for months. She obsessively talks about me constantly. And it's just annoying to have people like this always working in the background. Also because they're guaranteed to have some admittance into communities because they're always willing to spam pictures of themselves and nudes of themselves and shit for acceptance.
Out that he is stupid, not that I am smart. Okay. I'm just saying anyone that paid attention in school would know most of these things. I don't.
Okay. Was that everything here, Kelly, or we continue going?
What was the Anna stuff? There was a girl I was hanging out with, Anna, and I don't even know what happened. I don't think they had any conflict, but Kelly just basically started throwing out like unhinged femcel comments about her in another Discord about how she looked like some prostitute that I found at a dumpster or whatever. It was just like, this girl had never said anything mean to Kelly ever in her entire life. It was just the most unhinged fucking comments. And then when she came on to have a conversation about it, she Kelly is one of the most manipulative pieces of shit I've seen in conversations. That was the first conversation where I literally called out every single time, why are you saying this? This is super manipulative. Why are you doing this? That was probably one of the most upfront convos I think I've had with her. But actually, somebody can go back and find the date. I remember the day that it was too much when I decided I hated Kelly. She wouldn't get ejected from Orbit for years after. It was when, I think it was during the Orbiter Infinity Wars period, and something happened. I don't remember what it was. Somebody made some comment about Kelly being in my Discord room, and she was wasting a slot in the call or something. Something like this happened. I don't remember. Or she didn't say anything or contribute. It was something like that. And then I guess to prove chat wrong or to fight with chat, she decided to, because chat was making fun of her, she decided to join the Discord call in the most whatever leggy revealing outfit she could, and then sit in the call for 6 hours and said absolutely nothing, but tried to just be sexy in the background so people would say nice things about her again. And that was the moment I was like, bro, are you serious right now? Oh my God, that was so fucking annoying. Somebody can go and find that. Somebody go and find that VOD or argument, because it was literally, I think she was in that call for literally 6 hours, and said nothing. Oh my God. This guy is a Nobel winning physicist. Okay.
Loser.
You're 91 years old.
Cringe.
Very intelligent guy.
Cringe.
Very interesting.
I have to listen to myself.
This guy's here. So he goes back and forth, and the panel is incredibly mismatched, which is kind of funny because this guy stage left is like trying to argue with Penrose about like where consciousness is, but he's just a philosopher, and so anytime a philosopher starts talking about quantum mechanics, like I could tell that Penrose in the middle was a little bit irritated because like the guy on the left is like he's like mixing up like special and general relativity and trying to talk about humans. It's kind of like whatever. It's just it's funny watching Penrose. He has to keep like correcting the middle, but whatever. But
like this retard knows the difference. Define it, dipshit.
Afterwards, he gave an interesting theory. Not theory. I'm sorry. He has an interesting opinion. So Penrose believes that no AI will ever be sufficiently complicated enough to have like a conscious experience. And then he references something that sounded to me like Cyril's computer room, where he mentioned something about how like if you teach a computer Chinese, like it might know the language, but it doesn't have understanding. Which I thought was interesting. So I got a special speaker pass, so I figured maybe I'll get a little bit more credit. I can chat with the guy. And he goes to a tent. I wait probably 30 minutes for me to go, and then I have the chance to talk to this dude. I'm like, this is a Nobel-winning physicist. Like I'm so fucking hyped to talk to this guy.
Oh, I am interested in anybody that has the idea that it is impossible for a human conscious experience or a conscious experience to emerge from some underlying mechanical interactions. That's interesting to me because my assumption, my intuition would be if you could emulate everything happening in a neuron, why wouldn't you be able to emulate a conscious experience at the end of the day? That's basically what I wanted to ask him about, right?
So I asked him a question about, there were a couple questions I had. One was, I was curious if he had an opinion on the idea that, because he talked a lot in his speech about how physicists are relentlessly trying to marry relativity and Einstein's theory of gravity space-time with quantum mechanics, and as done. So I had one was a question of like, do you think that physicists are mistaken for trying to simplify everything into like a single equation, or do you think there's...
Explain the difference between special and general relativity. General relativity is when I come all over your mom, and special relativity is when I come right inside her fucking mouth. I won't be able to define the difference, though. It's more complicated than I think it is, so I won't be able to. General relativity is the thing that introduces the like four-dimensional concept of space-time and everything else, and special relativity is only dealing with, I think, a single frame of reference or something, and then I don't know if special relativity introduces like time dilation or space-time, but it does something more than just a frame of reference, but I don't remember what. It's something like that. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
There's any merit, because I've heard some people talk about that. He spoke about that for a little bit. And my second question had to do with, I wanted to know what he meant about understanding. When you talk about how something understands something, like what does that mean to you? And I wanted to go, from there to see like what he thought the fundamental difference would be between like a brain constructed in a computer versus like a human brain. And
yeah, special relativity is special because there's some part of the equation is set to zero. Somebody says where acceleration is zero, that's it. Oh, okay. I don't know any of the equations related to relativity, so.
He's halfway through answering this question. I don't know why she does this.
Oh, true. I'd already asked him the question, I think, and he was kind of explaining it, and then she just comes up and butts in.
And then Kelly, to the left of me, she's like, can you explain to my friend the double slit experiment? I was trying to explain it earlier to him, but I don't think he understood.
Oh, it was a double slit experiment. She butts in. So we're like walking to the tent and she tries to bring up some concept. You ever know like when a girl tries to bring some shit up to impress you or whatever? I'm like, bro, I don't care. I don't need this right now. She tried to bring something and I was like, oh, okay, sure thing, Kelly, or whatever. And she's like, no, I don't think you understand. I was like, oh, maybe not, Kelly. And so I think he's in the middle of explaining, he's giving me some answer. And then Kelly butts in and she's like, oh, my friend here doesn't know the difference between whatever wave particle duality. Can you explain to it? I'm like, why would you? I don't care about that. I don't even know enough to even ask this question right now. Why? Oh my God.
About how things can be both a wave or a particle depending on like frequency and shit. And
frequency, good job, dipshit. Not true.
And I'm just like, why would you do this to me? And then he spends like 25 minutes talking about wave particle, and then I just like leave. And I'm like, why? This guy's 91 years old. He's on death's door. This guy, I don't even know if he survived the walk back to the tent. Okay, he's looking rough. Penrose is literally the most accomplished still living physicist. Is he?
I think he believes in some crazy shit now though, right? Doesn't he? I don't know how true that is or not, but.
Giving me like a pretty interesting explanation for his understanding too. He rambles a lot, but he spent like building up the understanding and using like a 15-minute background on Christ. I don't remember the first part, but it ends up leading to like Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the idea of like meta rule sets, that you can have all the rules for a given set, but there might be rules that exist on top of those rules because there's rules that are applied, et cetera, et cetera. It was like a pretty interesting discussion up to that point, and then she just curved it completely into the.
He just won a Nobel Prize a few years ago for work that he's done recently. Is that true?
One of my graduate students, Paul Todd, he's had a much better way of saying it. He said, "Why don't you say that you can stretch out the Big Bang?"
Just the way that she.
Why am I laughing?
The way that she. I don't even know why, dude. Okay, anyway, but. My God.
A few things I wasn't ready for, okay? I haven't spent too much time in Bongerland, and I think this is the first time I've driven.
Okay. Well, there we go. Our daily shit on Kelly segment.
With this one, you tell me.
Okay,
You're
press,
the person.
you can
with
press
the clip
play.
saying.
Oh,
I don't know what your
if
shit
you
is.
want, I mean, you could just watch this video overall. It's not that long, and it's got like some mentions of other shit in it. I don't know. Do you want to do that and just watch the whole thing?
Do we want to watch the whole thing? Sure. You know what? Let's watch the whole thing.
He has to give in to her. It's so funny.
Let's do the whole thing, Kelly. So reaction to the
You
ops
can have a
Discourse
break
is
from too much science because I feel like everyone's getting mad. So there you go.
Kelly teaching us will ultimately be the downfall of your. I have no idea. I can't correct her, and I don't have enough of an ego that I have to be like, no, I know chemistry well enough to say she's correct. I'm literally just never gonna have an opinion. It can't possibly affect me in any way, except
if you
people leaving
guys-
because they don't want to listen to Kelly talk about chemistry. That's the only way it could affect me, and I don't.
If you guys think I'm wrong about something, just at me and message me it. I will respond to you. Who cares if Kelly is correct? Grr. I do, because it's funny. We like winding up Destiny and making him seethe.
Kelly's on stream.
Did you-
Kelly cammed up. Kelly's helping me out, so Kelly gets some time to explain what she thinks sodium is to people. I should
That's
just
not
say
even
what
what I'm
sodium is to people.
doing. I'm just proving that he's wrong. He said a lot of things that are wrong whilst looking smug and trying to seem smart. And also just mostly because it
Absolutely
just makes him mad. He wouldn't have spoken about it 3 times in the span of 2 days if it didn't make him mad.
That's true. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to nestle this in. Good.
If there's
good,
anything in this video
good.
you don't like, I guess you can skip it through it, but yeah. It's like
He's not a sociopath like Destiny is. I'm a sociopath? Just, like, give me one DM. What is the most sociopathic? Okay, I don't know how much longer this goes on. I just wanted the science segment. I'm sure there'll be another science segment in the future. It's 9:24. Wait. Wait, fuck. Did this just freeze? No. Nope, it didn't. Okay. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. We'll see how much we can get through this fucking conversation. What? 1 sec.
Stop stealing golden weows and glorps in my fucking chat. You motherfuckers. For people spamming core docs, they're trying to amend their complaint to add the Abby stuff, which they already admitted in our hearing that they have seen no proof of, because there isn't any proof of any of this. It's just whatever meme she can do to waste time and to give her life purpose. Fun times. They also include the continuous distribution stuff. Yeah, again, I think one of the ways maybe she might be saving money on litigation is the whole legal strategy is just copy pasted from Kiwi Farms, whatever they suggest. And Kiwi Farms knows it. They've referenced it a few times. They're even like directly lifting links from Kiwi Farms. They're just spamming into the filings or whatever to try to waste money, time, and reputation. They put in denims too. I don't think that was. Oh, I don't know why they would even add her stuff, but. Oh, yeah. Nice. On or about January 24th, 2025, another female political streamer talks about Bonnell's sharing of the video. She informs her followers that Destiny and Bonnell had recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. She alleges that when she refused to have sex with him, he became publicly hostile towards her. And then later, he posted to his followers that he has a recording and he could publish it. And then on February 9th, 2025, Bonnell retaliated against Denims by posting private sexual text messages between them to his community group chat. I'm pretty sure that Denims posted those first, and the messages are me turning her down because she desperately wanted to come back to my apartment to fuck me to get back at Melina. But okay, she just Pixie's fucking shameless. But when you're a white woman and everyone around you is telling you go, go, go. Ofek Baronholz, happy birthday, buddy. Are these people parties to the case? Nope. They have not added any more parties to the case. The witness, they still have like affidavits and declarations, but none of them are relevant to the case. The only one that matters is the Abby declaration, and she's just lying. And like I said, they've admitted as much in our hearing. If that transcript gets released to me, hopefully this week, maybe tomorrow, that she didn't even give them evidence that I'd sent her anything at all. So, but like I said, I think she knows it. I think initially they were praying that she would get. That a whole bunch of women would like come forward, but it never happened. It was never going to happen. So, but she's basically staked her whole life on this thing, so now she has to defeat me in court or whatever. Is she broke forever if she loses Destiny? No, her parents are probably decently wealthy. She just doesn't like to admit it. So she'll probably be fine no matter what. Could she appeal if she loses? I don't know what the rules are for appealing. It probably depends on if it's, well, even if you lose a case and it's dismissed with discrimination? Discriminately? No, what's the word I'm looking for? With prejudice. You might still be able to appeal that decision. She just wouldn't be able to file again. But I don't even know how common it is with or without prejudice. I feel like you can countersue for court fees and lawyer expenses based on the bad faith litigation. Oh, you mean you have to prove bad faith litigation, and I don't know how difficult that is. We'll probably try to ask for legal fees in the summary judgment or whatever, but generally it's incredibly exceptional that you're actually granted legal fees as part of any back and forth.
Excellent early session.
Wow, Thailders, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. All right, we'll see how much of this we can get through.
Of constructives, and now we're going to have rebuttals from each member. Eric and I have decided to extend this debate by 30 minutes under the rules, so each speaker will have an hour and 15 minutes for these rebuttals. And
would legal fees be granted if you could prove that the lawsuit was intentionally fraudulent? I don't know what the bar or the threshold would have to be for something like that.
Yuri will start us off, so please go ahead, Yuri.
All right. Yes, so basically I have some slides of Peter's that I just want to make some comments on, and the structure is just I'll show Peter's slide, and then I'll maybe go back to my note and either go back to the slide or just we'll speak. And basically, yeah, so the slide is that, the lab is not some sort of like, I don't know, military.
Wow, Visuodon, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. And to Thyologist for 10 more gifted memberships.
Institution with a secret, like a fortress full of deadly viruses, but just a bunch of research.
Are you worried about NordVPN suing you for tagging them on Twitter? No, it's just some fucking loser on their Twitter account that was freaking out.
Scientists, and of course, I mean, yes, the same labs that have leaked viruses before look like this. So like the Taiwan BSL-3 lab and all the other labs in China that leaked SARS-1. So I don't see how this, is relevant to what we're trying to establish. Whether
am I allowed to interject at any time, or is all him right now?
I think we should do the 15 minutes
of
each person and then interject afterwards. Okay with you, Art?
Yeah, can we at least save the interject? We'll get more free form as time goes on, but for now, let's give each of them some time.
Okay, yeah.
Not bad.
So,
wow, Emil, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships on YouTube chat, buddy.
Right, and I guess this is the next slide I wanted to address. Basically, the estimate to why exactly they only had 200 sarbecoviruses. I mean, they did mention in Diffuse that they had over 180 samples, and Peter says that they published them all, but of course, I think it's pretty standard to work on unpublished viruses. I mean, that's the whole kind of sequence of events during research. You find something, some novel, interesting virus, you do novel, interesting work, and then you publish. And of course, those papers that Peter referenced, that some of them were published in 2018 or 2019, or some viruses were like put on GenBank to be embargoed, with an embargo to be released in like 2020. But of course, that's one paper that was already kind of written, like the manuscript, but there is very likely to be a lot of research that has yet to be published and that's still being worked on. So,
well, Savvy Joe Biden, thanks for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
To say it's a secret virus kind of presupposes some sort of malfeasance, but like research, you have a lot of ongoing projects that you don't publish anything, you don't even mention anything because you're afraid of getting scooped by your frenemies, like Ralph Barrick's group, I'm sure, was also interested in a lot of the things that WIB was working on. So I'm sure they had a lot of unpublished viruses. And I mean, we know they had a lot of unpublished viruses just based on the stuff that Peter presented, like 200 viruses, and they published them eventually. But of course, I think it's absolutely plausible they had more viruses they didn't yet get to publish.
Wow, I'll just take 10 more gifted subs, buddy.
And in terms of like how much gain of function work they have done, I think like what you classify as a gain of function, and just because they published many more papers than just actual gain of function papers, but like some review papers and some other papers that did not have like gain of function research, I don't think you can somehow like use that proportion to say that it's very unlikely they did not do any novel gain of function research, because obviously we know that not only did they have the diffuse proposal, which was not funded, they actually have a grant. They had a grant, active grant, that was funded by the NIH, which was stopped right at the pandemic, with Wuhan Institute with EcoHealth, and it involved creating even more novel chimeras along the lines of the 2017 paper, where exactly they had 8 different chimeric viruses, where they inserted novel spikes into this backbone. Of course, the backbone, I mean, I think we can split hairs, but the backbone is the whole sequence, or just missing without the spike. I usually think when they say reverse genetics backbone, they mean like a virus, the whole sequence of a virus, where you can mix and match, or like just change genetically modify parts of the virus. But it's a very minor point. But so in terms of this particular slide, that says that diffuse could not.
Okay, wait. So here are, let's just real quick, we'll go through this. So challenging questions that have to be answered by LabLeak that he needs to do here. What is the explanation for, what is the alpha symbol? Alpha symbol. What is the explanation for, is it this symbol and then, do they just call it this coronavirus, or fuck? Versus beta lineage, what is the notation for this? SARS-CoV-2. Nobody's gonna use this, fuck me. So we need to know, what is the explanation for alpha and beta lineages both showing up for the very first time in the wet market? If it came from a lab, why 2 different variants? We would need, why were the first cases all found at or around the wet market? No one else was infected on the way. Where is the information about, or what were the novel viruses, or what? So how do you explain the novelness? How do you explain the novel backbone used by the SARS-CoV-2 virus? It seems like the LabLeak theory relies on a completely unpublished virus, using some novel and unpredicted things, e.g. the FCS location and the particular RBD amino acids. Okay, I think these are the 3 big claims. How do you explain the 2 lineages of the wet market? Why were the first cases all around the wet market? And then how do you explain that none of the viruses or anything are fucking cataloged? That we have no information about any of it? Those are the 3 big things, I think. I can't think of anything else.
Have resulted in SARS-2 because they would have used known backbones, but I think I already addressed this point, that these backbones were selected as a first step. These like WIV1 or WIV16 or SHCO14, these were known viruses, and they used multiple backbones, and they even mentioned this in the fact that in the diffuse grant that they wanted to use different backbones because that increases the chances of either isolating the virus or maybe even because some different parts of the backbones have different genes that can affect the potential to infect human cells. So, but the main point is that they plan to validate findings with the chimeric viruses that use known backbones. They plan to validate these findings with the original virus. The original, I guess, they would create backbone for new reverse genetic systems based on the original strain.
Well, now this is exactly what you're looking for, but COVID was found in sewage waters in 3 countries in 2019 and early 2020. What is this thing? Hold on. SARS-CoV-2 detected in wastewaters in Barcelona on March 12th, 2019. There's just 0% chance that this is possible. If the virus was there that early on, then all of our evolution rates would have predicted that this would have been an outbreak way earlier. There's no way that it would have gone under the radar for half a year and then have like some explosive takeoff event. That just seems highly unlikely. But can we read and figure out why? Is there a link to the study? Hold on one second. Oh. Was this even published anywhere, or because this is just on a preprint server? I wonder if we know enough about this shit yet to be able to detect a bad methodology. I don't know if we could, but... So SARS-CoV-2 genomes occur in sewage long before the declaration of COVID-19 cases among the population. In early 2019, COVID-19 originated in Wuhan, China, and reached thereafter many parts of the world, including Europe, with the first cases reported in France in late January 2020. However, evidence points to the occurrence of cases in France already in late 2019. Despite COVID-19 is a respiratory disease, large amounts of coronavirus genomes are shed in the feces and ultimately reach wastewater. SARS-CoV-2 surveillance in sewage may be considered a sensitive tool to monitor the spread of the virus among the population. However, there's no epidemiological evidence that sewage could be a transmissible or transmission route for SARS-CoV-2 through contamination of bathing areas or irrigation waters, because very few studies report culture of infectious virus from stool. Even in respiratory samples, infectivity is only associated with very high genome copy numbers that very unlikely are found in wastewater. To date, Spain ranks in 4th in absolute number of cases. Hold on. To date, Spain. Okay. In order to elucidate the evolution of COVID-19 in Barcelona, 24-hour composite raw sewage samples from 2 large wastewater treatment plants were weekly analyzed for the presence of SARS-CoV-2 from April 13th and the peak of the epidemics to May 25th. In addition, for WTB2, frozen archival samples from 2018 and 2019 were also assayed, and 2020. 800 milliliter samples of wastewater were concentrated through precipitation with 20% polyethyl glycol and resuspended in 3 milliliters of PBS, pH, nucleic acid extractions. 5 one-step RT qPCR assays targeting the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase gene, IV2, the envelope protein E fragment from the standard curve were constructed using the progressively decreased from April 13th to May 18th. This decrease was observed employing... And then they have old samples supposedly from older wastewater. Photo curve peaking between March 4th and May 4th. Where do they get these? Can they even... Do they have like backups of old sewer water in places? Is that a thing that they keep, maybe? Maybe they do? Oh, shit. Hold on one second.
Analysis of archival samples revealed the increasing occurrence of SARS-CoV-2 genomes in samples from January 15th to March 4th, 2020. Of note, SARS-CoV-2 was detected in sewage 41 days before the declaration on January 15th of the first COVID-19 case, clearly evidencing the validity of wastewater surveillance. SARS-CoV-2 early detection in sewage supports the idea that COVID-19 cases may have been present in the population before the first imported case was reported. Has been misclassified as influenza diagnoses in primary care. Despite the apparent disappearance of SARS-CoV-2 in WWTP1 and 2 and WWTP2 around May 18th, 25th, the analysis of grab samples collected at 8 to 9 a.m. from 4 urban sewers revealed the occurrence of virus genomes. Sewer 1 drains into WTP1, while sewer 2, 3, and 4 goes into WTP2. A higher dilution factor applies in the WTPs than in the sewers, which together could explain why samples from the former came out to be negative, while genome copies could be detected in the sewer samples. So what was the issue with this? This is the QPR test, right? This is the number of generations they have to breed and then check for the stuff to glow or whatever. I think we watched that before. I don't remember 100%, but hold on. IP2 and IP4 fragments. Okay, so these are the things they're trying to detect that are part of the genome for this? Okay. Anything in May would be unexceptional, right? Because by 2020, or wait, hold on. When was the first case? I mix the years up sometimes. It was December 8th of 2019. I don't understand. So is this saying, if I'm reading this correctly, when they were doing their testing of these samples, they found nothing January 16th, February 6th, March 6th, January 15th, March 12th, they found something, and then nothing September 10th, October 2nd, November, like, what? This screams like contamination or error. No? That's like that's what it looks like, just looking at that. I don't know if that's a valid read of that or not. These numbers, determined with IP2 and IP4 targets, followed a curve peaking between March 4th and May 4th, figure 1, panel D. Figure 1, where is it? Panel D? That's this? No. ABC. Do we not have panel D? Do they not include it? Am I missing a D somewhere? Am I retarded? Tend to raise to the 2 as the factor, which is extremely low titer. Following a curve peaking between March 4th and May 4th, figure 1 panel D. Okay.
In the middle of the peak, an abrupt fall in genome copies was observed on April 27th, likely due to a heavy rainfall event occurring during April 1921 with daily pluviosity averages of 65 millimeter. These rainwaters are collected in storm reservoirs, are gradually drained into sewers, adding a considerable dilution factor to viruses in wastewater. Huh. Okay, so apparently there's a response to this. I just want to see this. It looks like, I mean, this, it looks like an error, right? Assuming I'm reading this correctly. These are the different fragments that they're looking for to test for the virus. They get nothing, 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 nothing. And then on March 12th, something comes up and then nothing, nothing, nothing until later on. Like, I mean, that reeks of some kind of contamination or error or something, no? But wait, where was the review or response? The response. Oh, these are just comments by, I'm guessing, other researchers? Or if a paper makes a fantastic claim of this order, i.e. that SARS-CoV-2 viruses were already circulating in Barcelona a year before the first reported cases in Spain, the study should also provide fantastic evidence, not even just a year before they were reported in Spain, but a year before, or before it was even reported in the wet market, right? That's an extraordinary claim. The study should also provide fantastic evidence. It does not. This preprint reports that one wastewater sample was positive in the real-time PCR for both IP2 and IP4 targets. The PCR turned positive only after 38 or so cycles, so this positive signal was not very strong. How many cycles is it for something to be considered strong? Do they normally do 30 cycles? Fuck me. What was a stupid fucking... What was the last paper that we did where there was that stupid test on it? Fuck! What am I thinking of? What was the mutation again? Is it G614D or D614G? Or G614D, D614G? I think it was this paper. Oh, it was this that we read. With this figure. This is not how many cycles it does, though. I don't remember what P30 or P25 meant. I don't know how many cycles they normally run a PCR test. It's generally 30 cycles that it's reliably detected and 20 cycles that's sufficiently strong. Beyond 30, you often just get junk. The P30 here, that's not how many cycles it's running, right? What is P30 and what is the 25? What does that stand for down here in these blots? P30 was the check for the blot test. I don't know what the fuck that means for. The check. What check? Like checkers? Was blotted with an anti-P30 MLV gag antibody. To intimately confirm that similar numbers of virions were analyzed, the lower part of the same membrane was blotted with an anti-P30 MLV gag antibody. Similar densities of P30 bands were observed from all PVs, indicating that differences in S protein incorporation observed with PBG614 and PBD614 were due to the mutation of residue 614, not by different amounts of PVs analyzed. Oh, hold on. So does this mean that this anti-P30 MLV gag antibody, that this antibody was helped you identify the total amount of viral proteins or something to make sure that when you were comparing them, it wasn't like there was half as many in one as the other, because the PV shit or the P30 stuff was comparable. So you should have a comparable amount of total stuff. So if there's any change, it's due to that S1, S2 difference or whatever, I think that was close enough. I think we were, some combination of those words is correct. Okay. The protocol that the authors followed, provided by the WHO here, states that positive PT-PCR need to be confirmed by the E-gene assay. The E-gene assay was negative for this sample, figure 2A. Oh, that's true. Because they only had the IP2 and the IP4 tested positive here. Not the, I don't know what the E sample is. Oh, wait, is that the, is it the envelope part of the protein? Are these standing for the same things? N1 and N2, is this like N-terminal 1, N-terminal 2 is part of the, is that what this is referring to? Oh no, these are fragments of the nuclear protein inside. Sorry, not the N-terminal things. Okay. Okay, so they were trying to detect for the protein gene, E, and the nuclear protein, N, so N1 and N2. Okay. Although the WHO IP2, IP4 PCR protocol was specified for SARS-CoV-2 in a small panel of other viruses, it cannot be ruled out that this one positive 2019 sample could have been an aspecific or cross-reactive reaction. It can also not be ruled out that contamination occurred between the 2019 sample and a positive control or positive 2020 sample. I cannot find any information in the paper about negative controls or strict separation of pre and post PCR room, so it's not clear how stringent the lab was to avoid contamination during PCR. Did the authors repeat the IP2, IP4 PCRs on that sample, or was it just a one-time find? In order to support the fantastic claim that this preprint makes, it'd be recommended that the authors do more thorough genomic analysis, such as multiple PT-PCRs using different primers and targets, and metagenomic sequencing. Okay, so it seems kind of shitty. Gotcha. My guess is the PCR tests, you're not sequencing like the entire genome. You're probably looking for a few specific sequences. And I'm just going to guess, although this could also just be contamination. If you're running an assay on this stuff and you're only getting partial matches, it could be that your sequence is matching to a different virus, but it just happens to match something in that virus's it's just matching something in that virus's code, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the same one you're looking for, which is why it's probably important to find all of these, especially, I guess, if the WHO recommends that for screening. Well, but then also, I feel like just on its face, this looks absurd, right? Like, how did you only get this itty-bitty tiny bit here and then nothing else? Also, that's a fantastic find. This would be like this is an earth-shattering find. Anytime, I always say this is like a heuristic when it comes to medical research, when it comes to any research, anytime somebody claims a fantastic find or like a magnitude or an effect size that's massively huge and not predicted, and they don't make a big deal about it or investigate the fuck out of it or have like a ton of support for it, I think that's always like mega ultra super sus. That's, yeah, okay. Interesting. Was this time it was detected outside of China? Well, they say, in this thing here, they said they found it in Barcelona on March 12, 2019, which would have been 9 months before any cases were even detected in China. That's a huge claim, but that just seems like junk. Yeah. All right.
And they also mentioned that they were planning to generate 3 to 5 novel backbones per year, even outside of the context of whether they found interesting results or did not find interesting results, but some spikes. So in terms of, by now we know it's not RATG13, very unlikely to be, because we have, first of all, closer viruses to SARS-CoV-2 with the same receptor binding domain. And so it would have to be, the backbone they would have used has to be something that have not been published. If you want to call it a secret virus, it's fine, but I think it's misleading because I'm sure they had a lot of unpublished viruses. And in terms of RATG13, yeah, like I don't want to get into these because obviously the known viruses that we have right now are too distinct on the nucleotide level from SARS-CoV-2 to be the exact backbone. Obviously on the protein level, Banal52 is like 99% similar, but of course on the nucleotide level it's 97% similar, so most likely they would have, if they did use a natural virus for the progenitor of SARS-CoV-2, it would have been closer to SARS-CoV-2 on the nucleotide level than whatever we know right now. RATG13, yeah, like at this point it's pretty much an irrelevant point, although early on, yes, it did make people suspicious, including myself. So in terms of the WIV not noticing the furin cleavage site and cutting off this diagram, this alignment right before the furin cleavage site, I mean, it's not just me that thinks it's suspicious. Other people thought it's suspicious, including virologists like Stuart Neal, who said he actually asked WIV why did they not mention the furin cleavage site, and they said they just didn't notice it. And
I don't know why. This just seems astounding to me. The idea that you would publish your viral backbone, but then suspiciously cut it off right before one part. Like, why publish this at all? If this was like the actual virus that you use to manufacture, why would you even publish it ever? Like, wouldn't you just keep the whole thing hidden? I'm completely and totally unconvinced by this argument.
It was 2 papers co-authored by Shizheng Li, and the first one was co-authored by her and Shibo Jiang, that I mentioned before, who previously created a furin cleavage site that included a CGG codon. So Shibo Jiang is not just somebody that knew Shizheng Li, they cooperated on several projects, and they co-authored the paper on SARS-CoV-2 about where, and they mentioned where it's cleaved at the S1, S2 junction, like the protein number, but they didn't mention that it's actually now cleaved by furin as well. So yeah, it wasn't just me who was suspicious. Well, people were suspicious. Yes, I was incorrect. I thought it's an artifact cut off by hand, but it's actually not. I made that correction. I publicized that I was incorrect later on. Yeah, I talked about this renaming with Brett Weinstein. I mean, this was like a June 2020 video, which is essentially just like a few months after the outbreak, and it was very early on. And yeah, the Wuhan Institute of Virology was very kind of suspicious in how they handled the RATG13, RA4991. They even like implied that they sequenced RATG13 only after the outbreak, and we had to essentially kind of catch their hand when they released the sequencing data. We like looked at it and saw that it had 2017, 2018 dates in like Amplicon files, and we were like very surprised because everybody thought at the time that our RATG13 was freshly sequenced. So,
like again, what's more likely, that they are lying about something and trying to cover up this particular virus? If so, why release it at all? No one's forcing them to. Or that they've they've mislabeled something, or they made a mistake, or that they were incorrect about it. Like, just the idea that you're assuming they're trying to intentionally hide it, why release it at all?
WIV had to then confirm that no, we sequenced it actually years before the pandemic. And this clip that Peter played of me thinking that, yeah, one hypothesis was that actually the two are different, because in one of the early papers that we later uncovered, like a master's thesis that used RA4991 and fully sequenced it, they had a table of its similarity to SARS-1, including its spike gene similarity, and the percentage of similarity to SARS-1 they had listed for RA4991 was different from
5 minutes of the first 15 left.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So basically, yeah, that was the hypothesis why the two might be different, and later on it turned out that they just used a different alignment algorithm, or a different algorithm to calculate the percentage difference, and if you use that algorithm, the RATG13 and RA491 are the same virus. So, but of course, yeah, by now I think RATG13 is no longer relevant. Do they have undisclosed viruses closer than RATG13? Yeah, just because EcoHealth published all those viruses doesn't mean they disclose everything they had in their collection, because I'm sure they have active research right now and they wouldn't disclose active research. Oh, and by the way, in terms of gain of function research, they had, not only did they have that ongoing grant with EcoHealth, they had another ongoing grant with EcoHealth for MERS-like viruses, and they generated a bunch of MERS-like chimeras, which we wouldn't have known about unless because people FOIA'd their NIH progress reports. Okay, so in terms of whatever, yeah, the published viruses, I think it's not relevant. Yeah, this basically short window between August 19 and 2019 when they could have sampled the secret virus, I think it's not correct. I'm sure they could have sampled it. I'm sure they had more viruses that they've been working on for years outside of whatever was published in conjunction with EcoHealth in the Latin paper. Daszak, yeah, I'm sure Daszak does not know everything.
Yeah, this is JDM Boy. We're a little in the weeds on like how these labs work, but like on a very broad level, the issue is they're being super secretive about some things, but being super open about other things. So he says you can't simultaneously claim they're taking steps to hide it and keep viruses hidden, then reference the fucking virus itself that they published. Yeah, like it just doesn't make sense that they're secretly doing some type of research on a thing that they're not publishing at all, and they want to keep this hidden. And this is the backbone that they eventually discover and use to serve as the virus that they've created. But they publish an earlier version of that backbone publicly that would obviously allow people to see that, oh shit, like this might be what they used or modified to eventually create a backbone that they inserted, something else into. But then also they changed the name to hide that. But then also the sequence was the exact same thing as something that had already been published publicly. Like, there's just so much weird, if this was seriously like a bioweapon they were trying to create, or some infectious thing that they were trying to create and they didn't want anybody to know, why would you just not publish any of it? It's China. Like, what are you going to do? At this point, we're in such a weird territory of, and when I say weird, by the way, this is not unprovable. Like, it could be some combination of good faith effort to do gain of function research and laziness on publishing stuff, or malicious activity with some goofery where they mess up. Like, that's not impossible, but with absolutely no evidence for any of this, and we have none. The claim that they're simultaneously doing something malicious, but also publishing parts of it to the world for all of us to see, but also it's a lot. There's a lot here.
Thing that WIV had in progress, and I'm sure he did not know about the lab leak, but of course I'm sure he would be defending his collaborators while he has plausible deniability. Like, he wouldn't know if they had a lab leak at all. I won't get into accelerating mutations, although you could, and you would see a pattern of mutations that is actually similar to the pattern between RETG13 and SARS-2. And yeah, basically it's making the same point that...
Oh yeah, that's true too. I don't know what the culture is behind that. Intuitively, I would believe you, so I could be wrong. But he says, you don't keep getting grants if you don't find anything. Imagine you've got a lab that runs on grants and like half your research is secret and you're not publishing any of it, or you're keeping it from the public. So it's like, would you even risk that? That seems like so spooky. It's like, we're working on the secret virus. We can't publish anything about it, but also we need to get more grants. We promise we're going to do something, but we can't show any work right now. Yeah, I don't know.
Closely guard your research before publication because you don't want to get scooped. Guard your research before publication because you don't want to get scooped. Coronaviruses do have fewer cleavage sites, but in SARS-like viruses, SARS-2 is the only one. In terms of one mutation away from an FCS, a whole bunch of viruses are just one mutation away from an FCS, like RM102 is just one mutation away from an FCS, and Banal 116 and 247 are also just one mutation away because it's the same fragment they have. Two places, S1, S2 is important junction. In MERS, they actually engineered. They showed that this is the cleavage site in this junction that, like in the words of Barak, unlocks the barrier to human emergence. 12 letters in terms of in frame. It's obviously in frame, but it's just because if it was out of frame, you'd have a frame shift, and it would be. Anyways, so most likely it's just also you'd have 12 letters in this junction that, like in the.
He says it's not out of. Did he show it's not out of frame? Hold on.
The words of Barak unlocks the barrier to human emergence. 12 letters in terms of in frame. It's obviously in frame, but it's just because if it was out of frame, you'd have a frame shift, and it would be. Most likely it's just also SNV mutation just before the insertion, like this TCT versus TCA.
The 12 letters are added, don't line up with where they're at. Oh, he's looking at his slide.
In other viruses.
I didn't find that. That wasn't convincing. I don't think he even responded. What?
So in terms of the insertion, people claiming that PAA is an insertion are completely wrong. We've shown this in 2021. We've shown this subsequently, not just ourselves, but many other now alignments exist because of many more viruses. Because the insertion claim was made only when RM102 was the only virus that had this fragment, no known virus that had this fragment. But of course, later on, you'd have banal viruses, 2 of them. You have the Cambodian viruses, RAC-CS, 3 of them.
Real quick, where's my guys? When this says S1 and S2 junction, is that a structural claim? So like at the place where the protein like is joined, or is that referring to a specific number in the nucleotide sequence? So when this assembly sequence is the S1, S2 junction, does that mean it's found in the exact same nucleotide number, or just at a similar like spot, like close-ish? Like, and then functionally it ends up there. Both? So it has to be in the exact same nucleotide spot, or? There's like 2 people in chat I trust to answer this question. 3 or more SARS family viruses have been found with similar sequences at the S1, S2 junction. Protein structure, not always the same nucleotide number, but usually in the similar viruses, it's usually in the same location.
That have this fragment, and to think that all of them have the same insertion in parallel with the deletion, it's nonsense. And any alignment algorithms that you use these days, they don't produce this as this kind of sequence of deletion followed by an insertion. They just align it with the existing nucleotides, showing that it's most likely a point mutation that led to PAA. And it's actually an important point I wanted to make. Peter's saying that it's possible that this could have in nature turned into PRRA, and while it's possible that in these viruses this turned into PRRA, it's not possible that it turned into PRRA or became an insertion in the Wuhan virus, because the flanking sequences, which unfortunately on this slide you can't see, but actually here you see, the flanking sequences are very different between the PAA containing strains and basically the insertion, whether you have to insert this, including the QT fragment that you would need for this to be well cleaved. But so basically, if this evolved in nature, you'd see this in these kind of strains like RM102. But all strains that have PAA or PVA as this fragment, they don't even have the same receptor binding domain as the strains that contain this QT fragment.
We just wanted to pause you here, Yuri.
Yeah.
That's the first 16 minutes, I think. You can go through any of these slides afterwards as well. I think we just wanted to get a flavor of that start. Time is up to you, but I think it would be nice to, if those are your main points you wanted to start with. I don't know, Eric, if you wanted to.
I mean, if it's fine with Peter, I'd be happy to have Yuri keep going. Of course, he'd be using his time.
I think this is hard because I'm just writing objection after objection, and it's not really much of a debate if we he says 30 things and I try to remember, and you've got a bunch of your own. Yeah. So why don't we actually talk to each other a little bit?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Fuck, okay. All right, tomorrow I will wake up, or I just won't sleep and I'll stream later tonight. I don't know. My sleep schedule is so fucked. I will figure this out. We need to hear them go back and forth. Yuri sounds a lot less confident explaining this. But I might be retarded and just don't understand his point, so I don't know. We'll see. Dog, dribble, secret, footprint, rat, shoot, leak, splash, banana, source, canary, block, mark, pass, hat, impact. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, my source, there's like journalism things. My leak, my canary, my source, a rat, maybe? Informant, okay. When something hits something, you get a footprint, a dribble, a splash, an impact, and a mark. Basketball things you can do: shoot, pass, block, dribble. That's a blue one? Jesus. Okay, and then banana, secret, hat, and dog? Are these like children's stories or something? Top banana? What's that mean? Top dog, I've heard that. Top secret, a top hat shirt. What's top banana? You guys don't know about top banana? Before you go, Anissa made a statement about the Dad's video on their Discord. Dad is the name of the creator, it's not their dad, right? I just want to make it clear that we haven't had any contact or control since we publicly stepped down. Even though me and Ian were the faces of the event, many people were behind the scenes making decisions together. The event wasn't doing well way before the content cop. A combo of many things contributed to that reality, including lack of promotion, influencer boxing being less popular, the economy, etc. The economy? I think what it boils down to is poor communication from everyone. Even after we left, which is unfortunate, at the end of the day, I care about people getting paid for the money they were out for training and charity, getting their money, and both of those things were done. Good one. Okay. I'll be back on time tomorrow, or I will give all of you another Bitcoin. I think I owe all of you 3 Bitcoins right now, so good luck. Stay safe, be careful. I love you all. Destiny, did you read a lot of that Herzl guy? Did you know that dude in charge of deporting Jews, Adolf Eichmann, later in charge of the logistics of the death camps, used his books and arguments to get them to self-deport? I mean, Herzl was like very realistic. I think like when Herzl was writing about Zionism, he was like, if we all leave European countries to go make our own country, like everybody would like us because they hate us. And so when we're leaving, like it'll be based, they'll all celebrate it. Like I think he explicitly talks about this in the Jewish state. He's like, Christians should celebrate that we're leaving, and then they can get all their jobs, and we'll even give them some of our money or whatever back. So I can find this. I feel like it was in a sentence mentioning Christians where he starts talking about this. The departure of the Jews will involve no economic disturbances, no crises, no persecutions. In fact, the countries they abandon will revive to a new period of prosperity. There will be an intermigration of Christian citizens into the positions evacuated by Jews. The outgoing current will be gradual, without any disturbance, and its initial movement will put an end to anti-Semitism. The Jews will leave as honored friends, and if some of them return, they will receive the same favorable welcome and treatment at the hands of civilized nations, as is accorded to all foreign visitors. Their exodus will have no resemblance to a flight, for it will be a well-regulated movement under control of public opinion. The movement will not only be inaugurated with absolute conformity to law, but it cannot even be carried out without the friendly cooperation of interested governments who would derive considerable benefits from it. They're like, they'll be so happy to see us leave because they fucking hate us. It's kind of funny. Here comes an opportunity for that intermigration of Christian citizens into positions evacuated by Jews. The departing Jew will not lose his personal business credit, but will carry it with him and make good use of it in a new country to establish himself. The Jewish company will open a current bank account for him, and he can sell the goodwill of his business, of original business, or hand it over to the control of managers under supervision of the company's officials. The managers may rent the business or buy it, paying for installments of the company. Blah, blah, blah. If a Jew cannot sell his business or entrust it to a proxy or wish to give it up, he may stay where he is. Something, I don't know. It's good memes. Letting our Christian fellow citizens move into our evacuated positions. Everyone will be happy. The only good Jew is a departing Jew. True. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful.